is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Breaking news, the Pentagon sending 700 Marines to Los Angeles to help National Guard troops respond to immigration protests.
And a live look from Air 7 where protests continue in the streets of downtown Los Angeles right now after a massive rally this afternoon in nearby Grand Park.
On this graduation week, what officials at LA Unified Schools are doing to protect campuses. Hello, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Colleen Sullivan.
And I'm Mark Robles. You're watching Eyewitness News at 3, live here on ABC 7, Hulu, and wherever you stream. We do begin here with some breaking news, a major development related to the protests against ICE raids. 700 Marines have been ordered to help in Los Angeles. That is according to a U.S. official. The Marines are expected to arrive over the next 24 hours. They will join 300 California National Guardsmen who are on federalized active duty status in California.
And we want to show you what's happening right now in downtown L.A. This is a live look from Air 7 where crowds are protesting, a much more peaceful scene than last night. Let's go to Chris Christie, where we understand there are a couple of locations where people are gathering. Chris?
Yeah, there have been several locations that we've been focusing on, Colleen. That large but peaceful protest has now converged into one main large group. So the different protesters have basically joined over here on
saw some protesters even wearing gas masks so that the tear gas would be ineffective if law enforcement used it against them.
And Mike, I have to say, I'm surprised that only one was charged with attempted murder for throwing that Molotov cocktail, but we saw all of those people throwing things at those officers that were seeking shelter
on the freeway.
On the freeway, and none of those people.
So, no, I'm not yet. Anyway, I mean, that would be CHP. These numbers are from LAPD. CHP was the ones that were getting things thrown at them. But, I mean, CHP was in such a position that they were just trying to not get hurt, that they weren't really affecting arrests. All they were doing was shooting less lethal munitions at them, tossing tear gas at them, just to get them away long enough to be able to move and get themselves to safety. So I think what's going to happen, and we saw this so much last night, almost to a very discouraging level, is so many people were taking social media videos and pictures and almost, kind of bragging about the things that they were doing. Law enforcement will now use all of those to try to find these people, charge them, arrest them. The FBI has already put out posters with social media video looking for people that they accuse of injuring federal officers.
Well, there's something very similar happened during the January 6th attack on the Capitol as well.
The feds used that for the better part of a year or 2 years to be able to
found a lot of
track
people.
down people.
Yes.
All right, well, we're looking there, the shot on the right side of your screen, traffic flowing down there through downtown Los Angeles on the 110 freeway. And on the streets of Los Angeles on the left, SkyCal showing us the federal building there. That is where a lot of people show up to submit immigration paperwork. You oftentimes see a long line of people outside waiting to get inside to get whatever they need done there. So it makes sense that this crowd has gathered there, a large crowd, and even in the 30 or so minutes that we've been on the air, we can tell that the crowd has gotten a little larger.
Yeah, and on the right side, we can actually see they are moving. They were gathered, and now we see that they're actually moving along the freeway there. Is that the 101 or is that the 110?
I think that's still the 101.
101 on the right side there. And they are walking alongside that, the 101.
And I think, and John, so what's noticeably different too is we had that skirmish line of officers. Now they have parked a ton of patrol cars right there as well. And I think that group just, they were sitting right here. They've walked around the patrol cars, and now they're kind of on the other side. And John, if you can go back to the right a little bit, that group is now, I believe, merged with the larger group that is over there. You can still see some of them kind of walking. They came through this way, and now they're going to go join that other group. So I'm not really sure why CHP didn't want them to cross right there, but all they did was go down a block and come over.
Yeah. And they are trying to keep all of these protesters off of the freeways there, keep them off of the 101. We know as we now get closer to 3:30 that there will be more traffic in the downtown area as more people start to leave their jobs, heading home for the day, that, they want to keep all of these people away from those freeways because we know things will get definitely a lot worse if they make it there.
And Mike, going back to something you said just moments ago, which we talk about the professional agitators that police saw, people using handheld radios to talk to others within the crowd. And it really was surprising to watch, as you were mentioning. I saw a shot from SkyCal where you could see people barricaded themselves behind from SkyCal just looked like a pink barricade, which turned out to be those pink benches
and
from
tables.
Grand Park. I mean, that is incredible that they could rip something like that out of probably a bolted cement foundation and move it around like the way they did. And we did see it on video where they were breaking the parts of the curb, grabbing landscaping rocks, anything to throw it down to the CHP officers.
I mean, they even ripped a street sign that was concreted into the ground and somehow were able to get that out of the dirt and pick it up and throw it over the overpass down onto the CHP cars. And, some of those CHP officers, I mean, they would come out and they would try to put, they'd throw something down, light it on fire, and then CHP would try to poke out and use a fire extinguisher to put it out. I even saw one CHP officer use his OC spray, his pepper spray, to try to put the flames out. But as soon as they even, for a second, poked their head out, then you have, more rocks and chunks of concrete being thrown at the officers. So it was a very, very, very tense situation. I mean, out of everything that happened last night, for a law enforcement perspective, that was, I think, when they were kind of in one of the more dangerous situations. And then
it was scary.
Yeah, and then of course we had that van situation. I mean, it was not a good situation last night at all.
No, and we were just showing there on the right side of your screen, it looked like the officers were also moving. We've seen the protesters moving, but it looked like a group of, I believe, LAPD officers were just moving into a new position. I'm not sure what they were moving towards or, if it's a group. or if they're trying to get closer to that larger group. It's hard to say at this point from this vantage point. But I do know that SkyCal is trying to show us many angles of what is happening right now as these groups of people are starting to grow. We have not seen any problems at this point.
So
we
far
have not
today,
seen any vandalism. I know it's a very different scene from what Mike was just talking about from last night, where we saw a store being looted. We saw Waymos set on fire, at least 3 of them. We saw so much graffiti happening. And as Mike was talking about, that van that was really just racing through the streets was near one of our reporters.
Which, by the way,
knows.
I followed up with East Los Angeles Sheriff Station today because they ended up arresting him after we followed him with SkyCal. He had a gun on him the whole time.
Oh, wow.
So they ended up arresting him for assault with a deadly weapon, which would have been the van. They also arrested him for felon in possession of a firearm.
Oh, wow.
So that means he was armed at the time. And when those sheriff's deputies caught up with him, he was in the process of switching cars. So he was in the minivan, and then he was getting into a white SUV, and he had walked back to the minivan for a second, I think, to get something, when the sheriff's deputies pulled up and took him into custody.
And thankfully they did, because that was some crazy driving that we saw, and even blew by one of our crews that were out there last night.
Yeah, I mean, we were right in that same spot. He started doing reverse donuts in the intersection and then turned and came back and gunned it right towards the crowd and slammed on the brakes. That's where our Lori Perez was.
Right.
You know, I was also tagged in some social media video, which appears to be the same person doing something similar the night before on Saturday night. So I don't know what this person's kind of deal is, but he seemed to be out there, and his driving was so dangerous. He nearly clipped a bicycle at Union Station.
You saw that,
I saw the bicyclist fall off because he got so close to him. I mean, it was remarkable that nobody got seriously hurt in that.
Do we know if that van was stolen?
I don't know the answer to that. They didn't arrest him for it. So when I talked to the watch commander today at East LA Station, the only charges he was facing was the assault with a deadly weapon and the felon in possession of a firearm. They didn't charge him with, I was wondering if they were going to try to charge him with DUI or anything, if he was under the influence, but didn't charge him with that and didn't charge him with any kind of stolen vehicle charge.
And then dumping the van and then easily getting into the white truck. Pretty amazing that he was able to do that. What are we seeing here, Mike?
We are hearing that the city is putting out a tactical alert. Is that what I'm hearing? We are seeing this crowd right here on the right side of your screen grow, and now they are in the middle of the street. They were just kind of on the steps on the sidewalk, but now they are in the middle of that roadway there. And I'm trying to, is that, Juan, you may know better than I, which street that is there in front of that building?
On the left
Is it
or the
Los
right?
Angeles Street?
Yeah, where the crowd is Los Angeles
Los
Street.
Angeles.
And then the left side is the Metropolitan Detention Center.
That's right.
Okay. So we are watching and we are hearing that a tactical alert is being issued. We don't know if it's just because the crowds are growing or if there is now a problem that is happening, that they are responding to some type of incident. But so far, we have not heard of any skirmishes, anything happening other than this large crowd growing right there in front of that federal building.
And maybe that's it, right? Just the crowd is growing and they want to get all units available and ready to go if they need to, right, Mike?
Yeah, so basically what it means is anybody that's in a uniform is not allowed to leave. So, and that is citywide. They can do it differently. They can do a modified tactical alert where you do it bureau by bureau. They have chosen to do a citywide tactical alert where anybody in the city that is on duty is not allowed to leave at this point. And we saw that last night. I mean, we saw officers that would normally patrol the streets of Sylmar in downtown LA, that would normally patrol the streets of Venice in downtown LA. So they were pulling from everywhere to be able to handle this issue. And, you know, as the day goes on, or as the days go on of these protests, the law enforcement gets more and more coordinated, more and more kind of, you know, ready to handle these things. More and more CHP officers are showing up. You know, the LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, he told us on the phone last night that he activated the mutual aid plan for the county. So that's where you get Pasadena PD, Burbank PD, Alhambra PD, all of these other smaller cities that will then send officers. Because remember, as much as LAPD has to deal with downtown, this is a small fraction of the city. This is, when you look at geographically, this is not a large portion of the city. This is several blocks of what is a very, very big city. The LAPD still has to patrol and respond to 911 calls in the rest of the city. So having that mutual aid from CHP, the sheriff, the outside agencies will allow LAPD to have to draw on less of their resources to make sure that they can still cover the rest of the city.
And the mayor did say that they were outmanned.
Yeah.
So to a certain point, there were definitely a lot more protesters and they have officers on the street.
Right.
So I guess any help they can get there is not a bad thing.
Yeah. We watched also, we saw up in SkyCal, they were showing one of the CHP trucks pulling up a type of white trailer type item. I was wondering what that might be filled with, if they're just pulling out more gear to help in this. Yeah, that's that one right there.
See it right there, Mike?
With that white
little utility trailer there. Yeah, it's hard to tell what they've got back there. I mean, it may be shields, it may be more kind of less lethal munitions, tear gas. It could be anything.
Water.
Water. Anything those officers might need. You'll notice, and John, if you can double in on the windshields there, they've got markers on the windshields. So see the writing on each of the windshields. So that's how CHP is coordinating. Each of the cars has a different kind of marker, and that's how they're identifying which units they want where, how they're going to do this, who they report to. So everybody's got a clear. I mean, this is a very coordinated effort, which Chief Jim McDonald was talking about last night. So Friday night, when Friday night's issue happened, it was largely the federal agents that were dealing with things. Saturday morning, ICE put out a statement slamming the city of LA and slamming LAPD, saying it took LAPD 2 hours to respond to the federal government's request for help. Last night, Chief Jim McDonald wholly denied that and said it took us 38 minutes to respond. Also criticized the federal government, saying you didn't give us any notice that you were going to be here. We were not able to deploy and be ready for this situation. So we scrambled what we could within 38 minutes to come help you. He absolutely denied the accusation by ICE that it took LAPD 2 hours to respond to the location. And what they had to do is form what they call mobile field forces. So when you get crowds like this, they're not just going to send a patrol car with 2 officers in. They're going to form what are called mobile field forces, and that will bring 4, 8, however many group of officers they can get in and get them into a position very quickly. And that's what has to happen. That's how they have to act when they don't have, pre-knowledge that something is going to happen. So that's what, the chief was saying yesterday. As the days go on, they are becoming more and more prepared, more and more coordinated with outside agencies within their own agency. So we start to see this more kind of cohesive response from law enforcement as this continues.
Mike, earlier you were telling us the president of SEIU bailed out $50,000 bond there. And we're wondering, with the people that are detained, do we know whether they're still detained?
So we don't. I mean, that's been one of the issues that we've had. So ICE on Saturday morning said, we arrested, I think it was Friday night, they said that they detained 44 people.
44, yeah.
David Huerta was number 45, but 44 for immigration issues. David Huerta was number 45. Then Saturday morning, ICE puts out a statement that says, these people were accused of a litany of what they called violent crimes. But ICE will never actually tell us who is accused of what. They always give us this kind of list of crimes that they say these people are alleged to have committed. We follow up with them and we say, which people are you accusing of which crimes? And we never get that answer back from them.
So unless we hear from the family, Mike, we have to assume that they're still in custody, right?
Or attorneys. I mean, we spoke with that attorney member Thursday night, who said my client actually has an order of a stay order from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, but they detained him anyway. So it's just this kind of fluid thing. And the problem is if they're not, the people that they're detaining on immigration issues, they're not necessarily sending them to criminal court. So we can't follow that process through the criminal court system because they're not going through the criminal court system. They're going through the immigration court system, which makes it much harder for us to track.
Yeah, and a lot of those families are saying they don't know where their loved ones are. They're left in the dark. We want to go back to our Jasmine Veal, who is on the ground there near Alvera Street, I believe, still where that crowd was growing. Jasmine, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Hi, Amy. So we have just kind of walked with this crowd. They've all came together now right in front of the Robert Young Federal Building. You can see the show of force there, or the National Guard troops that have been deployed here and federalized to protect these federal buildings. They are standing alongside the LAPD, I believe, in the riot gear. And this is where the groups have all come together, because we were with one that marched up Los Angeles Street here. Cars are now stopped. A lot of people just getting dropped off or jumping out of the vehicles with signs and banners to join this crowd here on Los Angeles Street, right next to the Los Angeles Mall, which is across the street from LA City Hall. But again, this is a Robert Young building as we get a little bit closer here. To show you as they are facing the officers in the riot gear, keeping them from moving any further into the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement building, where which was the whole focal point over the weekend, the fourth day of these protests that are happening. And we have seen protesters prepared, I guess they tell me, for the worst if they get hit with pepper spray. One girl had knee pads and elbow pads on because she said she'd been hit with rubber bullets yesterday. So she came with knee pads, gloves that were fire resistant. She came with a whole gas mask, smoke mask on, and so she doesn't have to be, breathing in the pepper spray. As she says, that's what she'd been faced with all weekend long, and what we've heard from as the crowd was pushed back over the last few days, which they had all gathered, rallying against the multiple immigration operations that took place across LA since Friday. Starting at the clothing warehouse in the fashion district with those search warrants. But again, from the LAPD, and some of the numbers changing, of course, but with those arrests, telling me 31 people were arrested over the weekend. And we want to keep things peaceful. These protesters tell me they want to just make their voices heard. They don't want to have clashes with officers, but they want to be able to stand here and tell, and according to many of them, they want ICE out completely. They want to see the National Guard leave, and now with the deployment of Marines, that they're going to be adding that to their list of demands. To city leaders who have also said this is only escalating the tensions by having the National Guard here. So they want to protect immigrant rights, they tell me. Again, the military, the U.S. Northern Command saying we have about 700 Marines deploying here to L.A. They didn't know exactly when, or they couldn't tell me the timeline. I'll try to figure that out. Standing down here, a lot of protesters don't know either what they're going to be facing in the next few hours, but they say they're going to be out here day after day, and that's what I heard. A lot of them gathered on top of a truck on Main Street, and they had a band playing, and they had a lot of drums, and they had the loudspeakers. Just saying that let's do this day in and day out until we get what we want, Amy.
All right, Jasmine, and I mean, we want to keep reminding folks that these groups of people that have gathered here, Jasmine was talking about how they've kind of merged together, making that group bigger. Right now, this is very peaceful. We hear the drums, we hear the chanting, but we have not seen any fighting breaking out. We have not seen anyone throwing any items. We haven't seen anything but peaceful protest happening right here at the federal building. And Mike Rogers at the Breaking News Desk. Mike, you were talking about those 700 Marines that were coming from 29 Palms, and you have a statement?
Yeah, Chief LAPD Chief Jim McDonald just put out a statement saying, quote, the LAPD has not received any formal notification that the Marines will be arriving in Los Angeles. However, the possible arrival of federal military forces in Los Angeles, absent clear coordination, presents a significant logistical and operational challenge for those of us charged with safeguarding the city. He says the Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to do so professionally and effectively. He goes on to say, that said, our top priority is the safety of both the public and the officers on the ground. We are urging open and continuous lines of communication between all agencies to prevent confusion, avoid escalation, and ensure a coordinated, lawful, and orderly response during this critical time. Again, that is LAPD Chief Jim McDonald saying that they have not been formally notified that Marines are coming to the city, and if they do, it presents, without coordination, it presents significant logistical and operational challenges. And I want to go back to a point that he mentioned in here, that our law enforcement agencies have decades of experience dealing with civil unrest, protests, riots here in the city of LA. You bring in these federal agents or military members that don't know maybe necessarily the streets of LA, don't know the crowds. I mean, it can't communicate with local law enforcement. It does present a lot of concerns and challenges, as the chief here is acknowledging and saying that they have not even received formal notification, which is concerning that we have received notification from the military, but the chief of police for the Los Angeles Police Department has not.
And communication is key here, right, Mike? I mean, if the police chief has to hold officers back, put the city on tactical alert, and just staffing issues as well. If they don't know what's going on, it's almost like a surprise attack. They just don't know what's happening.
Exactly. Between the National Guard, the Marines, LAPD, CHP, LA County Sheriff's Department, I mean, you've got a lot of agencies all here, all trying to protect the streets of LA. But if they're not all on the same page, it could certainly pose some big problems.
Well, and it really goes to the role National Guard, because despite what the president, posted on True Social, the National Guard has not left the steps of federal property. So if that's where they stay and they leave the crowd to local law enforcement, then that probably will work out. But if you have the National Guard and members of the Marines trying to come into the streets and deal with protesters, that certainly presents a whole different situation. One more thing that the chief brought up last night was that now that the National Guard has been federalized, we don't have access to the National Guard because the governor is not in charge of them anymore. The president has taken over control of the National Guard, which means even if we wanted the National Guard to come help LAPD, the governor doesn't have that ability anymore because they have been federalized.
So the California National Guard is now reporting to the federal government.
Correct, which does not happen, by the way. CBS News says alone the president has not taken over the National Guard without the consent of the governor since 1965. More recently, in 1992, the California National Guard tells me during the riots, the LA riots of 92, they were activated by the governor and then taken over by the president. But the president solely alone federalizing the California National Guard has not happened since 1965.
Wow. Okay. We want to check in with our Jeff Nguyen. He is also on the ground here at this large protest that just seems to be growing by the minute. Jeff, we've seen some groups actually merge together in this area.
Yeah, so Amy and Juan, we are outside the federal building. It's right across the street from the Los Angeles Mall, and we are on some planters, so we are able to get a little bit higher and give you a better vantage point. As you can see, traffic is basically semi-flowing through one lane right now. There are a lot of folks here who are joining with the demonstration as they have stopped in one of the two lanes that is heading westward to kind of take in some of this. You guys and Mike have been talking about the National Guard being federalized, and we are certainly seeing some of that in front of the federal building right here, where you see members of the National Guard with their shields and their riot gear and their helmets and face shields standing on the steps of the federal building. One of the reasons why this group has congregated here is because the federal building complex is right next to the detention center where a number of detainees have been held and processed. The reason we know that is because David Huerta has been held at the federal detention center since Friday, and he was released on bond earlier this afternoon. So we heard from him that he and some other detainees were held in there over the weekend. And so a number of people today went over to the other side, which is the Temple side, and the Alameda side, to protest and demonstrate outside the federal detention center. A lot of that had to do with a group of clergy members organizing the demonstration, saying that they wanted to get inside the detention center to check on the necessities of life, and also on top of that, they wanted to make sure that the detainees are getting legal aid that they are entitled to. But the overarching message from the demonstrators earlier outside the detention center was that they wanted to make sure that the detainees are getting due process. We spoke to one of the clergy members earlier. I hope the control room has that ready to go. If we may, let's go ahead and play that for you, then we'll come back and show you more of what's going on out here.
We asked a simple question: where are the families? We wanted to make sure they understand that this is a sanctuary city and that we want them collaborating with the federal government. We want to make sure that everyone can do their First Amendment protest rights. I think it's a small group of people that are being violent. I think the majority of Angelenos are standing up and saying, where are our fathers? Where are our mothers? It's illegal to rip children away from their parents. And so we are standing here nonviolently to reaffirm that is Los Angeles character, that we have the moral high ground in this situation, that we would not be intimidated by fear by Washington, D.C.
You know, we mentioned David Huerta and him being held or detained over the weekend and then released today. In the interest of fairness, we also have to give you the flip side of this issue as well, because the U.S. Attorney's Office in their complaint filed through the Central District of Los Angeles, prosecutors say that agents were serving 4 search warrants in 4 businesses around Southern California last Friday. And what they were doing was that they suspected people were unlawfully employing illegal aliens and falsifying employment records. That is why they were able to get those search warrants from a judge. On top of that, prosecutors, in terms of David Huerta, says that because David Huerta was being uncooperative, that is why they had to take him into custody. But right now, out here, as you look live, you can see that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They feel that the use of the National Guard is not something that they want to see out here. And that is why they have demonstrated. But we should tell you that throughout the day, things have been relatively peaceful. There was one moment where we did see someone throw like a bottle towards LAPD. And the officers stayed in place. They did not respond in kind. However, at about 1:30 or so, soon after that bottle was thrown, one of the officers did get on the loudspeaker and say that this was an unlawful assembly and people had to leave. And so, by and large, most of those people did leave the corner of Aliso and Alameda, which is about 2 blocks from where we are. And since then, they kind of have gathered out here. And you can see the sort of posture that we have out here at the front of the door. You have CHP officers in their riot gears and their shields, along with the National Guards. You have just probably a couple of hundred people on the streets, as well as in cars, waving flags and then chanting. And the other thing to keep in mind too, Ari, if you wouldn't mind, be careful as you step forward. Come forward here, and I'm going to ask you, Ari, to kind of pivot towards your left and show all of the LAPD officers by the freeway. I apologize at home if you saw some of the graffiti out here and some of the bad language, but we're trying our best to be very mindful of that. We can see how the CHP as well as the LAPD have basically closed off that part of Los Angeles Street and Aliso to make sure that people don't get on the freeway. And the other part too is they also want to control the flow of traffic as well. So one of the things that hopefully will take place is that they can get ahead of this so that more people don't pour in. But right now, Ari, go ahead and kind of tilt your camera up and then pan over. Basically, he's panning high so that we can avoid some of the bad language. But we want to show you the crowd out here. And right now, people are just basically chanting, but the posture is not confrontational, but by no means do we have any sort of a détente, if you will. That's the latest from here. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jeff, from a reporter's standpoint, just watching your pictures and hearing you talk and watching the people going through the crowd, I see young and old people with children, a very different situation than what we saw yesterday. It does seem like these folks out here, they want to get their message across. This is still a very hot topic. These people who were taken away from their families are still in custody. So again, a very different, I mean, I know when you're out there, you kind of feel it. Your reporter's sense tells you how the situation is going, and it looks like it is a lot better.
Yeah, you know, I think, look, there are 2 stories to be told here, right? There are people who are demonstrating in earnest, and then there are people who we'll call agitators, who are a small section of what's happening out here. By and large, this is what you have. For a lot of Southern Californians, they feel that this is a personal matter to them because they identify with the people who are the detainees, and they feel that if their neighbor can be taken in, they can be taken in. And so people are exercising their First Amendment rights. Whether or not you agree or disagree with them, you know, this is a part of what it means to be an American, and you are allowed to do this. Having said that, the mayor has touched on this. Police Chief McDonald has touched on this. It just takes a small group of people who come in and want to take this situation and take it in a different direction. When they do that, when you see the chaos and destruction and the violence, it takes away from all of this,
That's right.
which is the earnest message that people are trying to convey. So I think that, we have to be responsible to not lump those two groups together, right? They are very different things. There are people who want to express how they feel about the use of the National Guard, how they feel about the use of federal agents going into businesses and serving warrants. The thing is that although the U.S. Attorney says that these warrants were signed off by a judge and they were able to serve these warrants, critics of the federal government also want to see copies of that as well. So I think that's why there is so much stirred up emotion on on the sides of people who are criticizing what the White House is doing or what this current administration is doing. Guys?
All right, Jeff Nguyen reporting live for us there on the ground. Also nearby is our Jasmine Veal. And we want to check back in with Jasmine. Jasmine, we understand that you have someone with you now that we're going to hear from.
Yeah, we have some young women. They have been out here with the group protesting all day today, actually, and now they're ready to leave. I want to talk to Bella first, 22 years old. But Bella, you're trying to kind of get out of here at this point because you're just worried about what?
I don't know. It's kind of starting to get a little hectic. The crowds are getting bigger. We were here earlier when it was like a smaller group, and I think we're just ready to go home. But all the train stations are closed. We took the metro here, and the little Tokyo station's closed, Union Station's closed, and we're trying to get to Chinatown over there, but these streets are closed off, so we're trying to figure out how to get home.
More difficult than you expected with so many people now arriving, and we saw two kind of groups of protesters merge into one in front of the federal building here, U.S. Customs Enforcement, Immigration and Enforcement. But Bella, you were telling me, being out here for hours today, how were things, the mood?
I feel like it's been a peaceful protest, and I feel like that's not really what's getting shown. I feel like everybody's just seeing the fires and, people throwing stuff, but there's been a lot of people marching around peacefully with their signs, respectfully, voicing their opinion, out here for human rights, yeah.
And you saw what happened over the weekend, though, where things did escalate, and there was some damage. Waymos burned just down Los Angeles Street here.
Yeah.
A lot of graffiti. What do you say to that?
I don't know. I don't think, it's not great. But I feel like people are, using their right to speak their opinion and voice their truth. But I think there's been a lot of destruction that hopefully, could have been avoided. But I get people are really upset, and there's, high tensions going on with the situation.
So what was the message, the overall message that you want to get out to the administration, to city, county, state leaders?
I feel like we need to know, this is a basic human rights issue. We don't need to be separating families. I feel like there's much more pressing things going on out there that need attention. I don't think the National Guard is really needed out here. I feel like this looks very provoking. I don't know. I just think we need to reunite these families, and what's being done is really messed up, and it needs to change.
But you're ready to go with your best friend here. You've been out here as well with Bella. What's your name?
I'm Ashley.
Hi, Ashley. You have a sign, Abolish ICE.
Yeah.
These are CHP officers behind you guys, holding the line here, the on and off ramps of the 101 freeway, not wanting to see what happened on Sunday and over the weekend where the freeway had to shut down, essentially. We have National Guard troops in front of us, kind of mixed in here. What are your thoughts, though? Overall, how did the day go for you?
I mean, the day, like Bella said, it was a really peaceful protest. We were first down at Grand, and there was a big crowd, a lot of speakers. And, over here, the crowd's getting larger, but it's remained peaceful. Nobody's throwing anything. Nobody's, people are just exercising their freedom of speech and marching.
Folks show up in gas masks, though. I mean, some have come prepared with bandanas, and they have knee pads on to not get hit by rubber bullets.
Yeah, all the cops, they look ready to go. They're batons in hand, rifles in hand.
Ready to have that.
Ready to have that.
I feel like that adds to the aggression, although they're trying to just keep the peace.
For sure, yeah, and they're not saying much. We've asked a couple, where do we go? They have a lot of the train stations blocked. It's difficult. You can't really call an Uber because Ubers can't get in. So, yeah, it's a lot.
It is difficult. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Bella, for the time. Good luck getting home and be safe. You know, we have just seen a bunch of cars get stuck here in a traffic jam, and people just jumping out with signs. We're not even sure how they were able to get through here, because we too are stuck behind these barriers and the blockades, and you can't get off the freeway. So they've really had to take the long route to get around. And that's what we also heard. I was talking to a mom, again, Jamie Klein, who was here yesterday, and the metro was also shut down as she and her husband tried to get back home, and things began to escalate. And it seems to be kind of the same situation today. And there are a lot of people, and I predict more will be showing up as the workday comes to an end. And so hopefully things remain peaceful and just remain chanting as they are, you know, making their voices heard, and obviously here to do that, you know, in solidarity, they tell me, you know, showing up like Ashley and Bella with family, with friends. Yesterday, families were out walking around, I was told, kids with their parents. Amy, Juan.
All right, Jasmine, thank you very much. And we'd like to welcome in our viewers here at 4 o'clock. This is KCAL News at 4 o'clock. And we begin with breaking news here at 4. As you see here, a crowd of protesters gathering once again in downtown L.A. for the 4th consecutive day.
Yes, SkyCal is overhead, and assignment editor Mike Rogers is monitoring from the desk. And Mike, they have been peaceful so far, but we're starting to see these crowds really grow.
Shuffling and moving around, Mike.
Yeah, and it looks like there was a bit of a fight between themselves. We saw just a couple minutes ago while Jasmine was talking, one person kind of get into a clash with another person. And then all of a sudden, we are starting to see this group kind of run a little bit. So I'm not sure exactly what they're running from. Law enforcement has not moved in here at all. So they're there. I mean, we've got the National Guard that has been on the steps of the federal building. LAPD, CHP are certainly in the area, but nobody has actually pushed the crowd or done anything like that. So I can't exactly tell why the crowd decided to start just kind of taking off. Is it because they're fighting? Yeah, so that's the guy. Okay, so the guy there on the left, the bald guy that is being hit, I don't know if he's an agitator or exactly what happened, but whoever he is, the crowd is not fond of him. And that was the same guy that they were just kind of fighting with earlier. And now, for whatever reason, it's pushed over to this area here at Temple and Judge John Aiso Street. And it looks like they've got him pushed up against that kind of guard shack or that parking shack there. And I can't tell, but it looks like he's bleeding. He's bleeding from the head
from
now.
the ear or
They're
something.
throwing things at him. We've seen people punch him. So I don't know exactly what's going on. You know, this happened once or twice yesterday too, where the crowd kind of fought amongst themselves, but really not.
Goodness.
Yeah.
No, we're seeing them with these flag poles, and we know that those poles can certainly be used as weapons.
Yeah.
It looks like some of the folks there are trying to protect that man. He seems to be trying to get away from the crowd, but there are some that seem to continue to go after him.
And Mike, in this ramp, where does this ramp
I believe this is a
into?
courthouse. Judge John Aiso, let me just go look here on my map. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of indicative of what's going on. You've got a group of people that wants this to remain peaceful, and you see that group of people trying to stop this fighting from happening. And then, as we lose the chopper picture here for just a second, you've got the other group that is not interested in stopping it. They just kind of want it to keep going, and it's unclear exactly why they're upset with this person. That is, ironically, that is the ramp to the LAPD Metropolitan Jail that they are going up. So I'm sure LAPD will have to come out and deal with them if they go much further up their ramp there. But that is a police facility that they are now kind of crowded on here in this area. So that's, kind of what they're looking at right now. So unclear exactly what prompted all this and what started all of this. But this is...
and is that the guy, Mike, that we see right there, the one who was hit?
Yeah, and he's got, I can't tell if that's an Adidas shirt or what it is, but yeah, that's the guy that was hit. He is bleeding from the head. It looks like they maybe have separated him enough from the group of people that were trying to go after him. So it's unclear exactly what, they were doing that for. But yeah, hopefully they'll, have to treat that head wound. He was bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, we saw it kind of like this fight started like on Los Angeles Street. And they went around the building, and then this is kind of like where they've ended up.
Yeah, right in front of the courthouse. So yeah, and again, you've got this group of people that obviously doesn't want this violence, and here's LAPD. So that's an LAPD sergeant that is now, obviously because they're at an LAPD facility. So now they're going to try to get this situated. LAPD will probably call an RA, a rescue ambulance, for that man to at least get treated. So
yeah, it's interesting though, Mike, how this crowd is not backing up.
There we go.
Boy. Yeah, I was just saying that
was a clash
officer is trying to get this person away from this crowd, and the crowd just seems to be taunting them and not backing off. And now we've seen the officer actually swing at this crowd. We see that the baton's out.
Less lethal.
Less lethal as well.
What they need to do is get this guy out of the area. Mike, if this is the problem and he is the, what's creating this problem, they should have him, just leave as quickly as they can.
And get him out of there. And those officers, there's not enough officers. There's, you got what, 4 officers there that are trying to deal, and excuse us while we're moving out of the way of this building here, but you got 4 officers there that are trying to, tend to this guy and figure out how injured he is and, figure out also why this is happening. Okay, here's a couple more police cars. So, yeah, you're right, Juan. They do need to get him out of there, or at least whoever is really intent on going after that guy. They
Diffuse
need to
the situation,
take that guy into custody or do something here.
We had been talking about how peaceful the protests have been. We hadn't seen much going on besides, the drums and the people chanting. And now we've seen this man here in this, looks like a gray or olive-colored hoodie, the Adidas hoodie. We did see that he was bleeding.
Now it looks like he's giving a press conference.
Well, it looks like the officer is kind of tapping him on the shoulder like, hey, buddy, keep it quiet here. Just let's calm things down.
All those cameras pointed at him now, though.
Yeah, and we don't know what started this in the first place, what he was saying or what was happening that turned some of these people against him. We do know that they were throwing water bottles at him. People were taking swings at him. And we don't know who he is or why they have turned on him, but we definitely saw him get chased to this area. And now we've got a handful of officers that are trying to surround him and keep this crowd away from him.
We got 5 officers, Mike, right? Do you see 5 officers kind of keeping the crowd away from him right now?
2 patrol cars there with, probably should be 5 officers. It's kind of hard to tell. 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4, maybe 5. Yeah. But, what's hard too also is so much of the crowd is wearing black, which is the same color that, I guess LAPD is technically a dark navy blue. But, the colors get similar and it gets difficult to see. But you see those, 5 officers, Juan, you're right, with shields kind of blocking this guy. But what's the plan? I mean, they got to get him out of there.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. It just goes to show you how quickly things can change out there. Peaceful protests can quickly, just change. And right now things are calm. Officers have arrived. We don't know the story of this guy with the hoodie there, but as we saw just a short time ago, protesters were not happy that he was there.
Yeah, and it looks like some of those folks are starting to move away again from this person that police have surrounded. It seems like they are trying to get him to safety. They do have a couple of their cars there behind that line of people. It is interesting to see many of them have their phones lifted up, recording this person. We still don't know who he is. We do want to, switch gears a little bit here and go to our Jasmine Veal, who is also on the ground. We've been checking in with her. Jasmine, we've seen our first little bit of a skirmish here with some folks. And officers have tried to protect someone. We don't know who this man is, but some of the other protesters seem to have turned on him, throwing water bottles. A couple of people have hit him, and we're trying to get an idea of what things are looking like in your area now.
Yeah, I mean, it's remaining peaceful, at least on this side, but, it's hot. People have been handing out water. Things can escalate pretty quickly if you get one group or someone upset at someone else. People have been being dropped off. Some of them, showing up dressed fully in their own type of riot gear, appearing to look like they are prepared for anything, right? With gas masks, with knee pads on, with gloves on, with masks on. And then you have others out here, moms and sisters and brothers who just are holding signs and banners, wanting to just get the message out that they want to put an end, they say, to deportation. They want ICE out of here. They say they want the National Guard out of here. But the CHP, the LAPD, and that riot gear holding the line here on the street in front of the buildings. And many have been telling me that they need more peaceful bodies out here, not the violence, and described how things really escalated on Sunday. Take a look. On South Broadway, cleaning crews painting over graffiti Monday that lines several blocks in downtown LA. Making repairs to buildings with smashed glass along Los Angeles Street. And tow trucks removing burned Waymo cars hours after protests escalated into violence and destruction Sunday night.
It was mayhem.
What was that? Alicia DeQuina lives in downtown and says the actions of a few overshadowed the main message of protesters who had gathered to rally against the multiple immigration operations that took place across LA since Friday.
There's the few that just used it as an opportunity, and then there's the ones that do it peacefully, but they still got hurt. 13-year-old girl got hit in the mouth yesterday with one of those things.
Jamie Klein, a mother, and her husband decided to join hundreds rallying Sunday outside City Hall. She says it was well organized and peaceful as families with kids started to march to the federal building on Alameda.
They were handing out waters. They were telling people, make sure you have a phone number in case you get arrested, but like to write it on your arm or on your clothing.
She says when the LAPD showed up in riot gear alongside the National Guard, that's when things took a turn as they pushed back the crowd.
That's when they started shooting the pepper spray at people. There was no longer going in the air. It was hitting people deliberately.
The LAPD says it made 31 arrests over the weekend with charges ranging from assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer to looting, arson, and attempted murder with a Molotov cocktail. 5 officers were injured. Klein says she noticed later on in the day some people began to arrive with bad intentions.
They were getting ready to fight, and it was like, oh, these are different protesters. These guys, they want confrontation, and they're ready for it. So it was definitely a different type of protester.
Klein says she hopes more peaceful protesters will be back to make their voices heard here again very soon. Okay, back out here live. We walked down Los Angeles Street because things seem to escalate a little bit between these CHP officers there holding the line at Aliso in Los Angeles with some protesters. They had started to kind of push back the crowd, and then some of these people here on the side that were standing started to yell back at the officers, waving flags in their faces, and then the CHP officers seemed to advance back to where they were standing in front of their vehicles. So we didn't really know what they were trying to accomplish, maybe letting some of the vehicles through since some cars were stuck here in this crowd. But things seem to have calmed down again, but there is a little bit of yelling happening between some of the protesters now. And some of them now handing out earplugs saying, put the earplugs in, presumably expecting maybe some flashbangs to go off. They're just kind of preparing if any loud noises were to happen, I guess, as everyone's putting in their earplugs right now and kind of advancing toward these officers. So we'll keep our eye on things, how they unfold right here next to the 101. I mean, we're over the 101 freeway, Union Station, not too far. And again, right here at Aliso. Amy, Juan?
Yeah, definitely things are looking not too bad there, Jasmine. All right, thank you for that update from the ground. Well, family members of people taken into custody during Friday's raids on businesses in the Fashion District, they want to know what's happening to their loved ones. Some spoke this morning in downtown LA. The group raised signs with pictures of their loved ones. They say ICE agents took dozens of indigenous immigrant workers into custody. And since then, they've struggled to find and make contact with them.
I was present during the raids. I saw with my own eyes the pains of the families, crying, screaming, not knowing what to do, just like me. That's why the families demand free of all workers, legal representation, and due process.
Ambiance, that's the company that employs these workers, makes clothing.
Well, LAUSD Superintendent Roberto Cavallo is reassuring parents and students that graduations will happen as the raids and protests continue.
We are one. At Los Angeles Unified, we have a commitment to
A number of National Guard members at the front door, as well as CHP. And then we also showed you right by the 101 freeway where LAPD had lined up as well. So in terms of operational tactics, I don't know that, but what I can tell you is that right now, traffic around the federal building is somewhat restricted because here on Temple, no one can go up and down Temple. In fact, earlier cars were asked to turn around. There were some people earlier who were exchanging words, I'll put it politely, with LAPD, but those folks have since gone. We do see a couple of legal monitors out here as well in the green hats. So their job is to make sure that people's civil rights are protected. You know, protecting people's civil rights, whether you agree with it or not, is something that has been, at the forefront of the leadership for LAPD since May Day of 2007. So right now, things are pretty static right now, and we'll send it right back to you. Thank you.
All right, Jeff Nguyen reporting live for us. We see lots of sunshine out there over the crowd, and we want to check in with our meteorologist.
That's right. Meteorologist Olga Ospina here now with the heat that we're experiencing right now, and it's going to get even warmer, right, Olga?
Yes, temperatures in the 90s. I even have 100s tomorrow for some areas. Take a look at Long Beach. We started the day very gray, and even into this afternoon, Long Beach wasn't seen.
The law enforcement says he got in the way, and they're charging him with conspiracy to impede an officer in connection with alleged actions during that immigration raid. And so out on $50,000 bond, and as part of the condition for that, he cannot knowingly be within 100 yards of federal agents or operations. But we know he's got a big voice and a lot of people who are big supporters of him. And one of the most influential labor unions of all. And he has fought so many times for others, and now a lot of people are coming to fight for him. He's really become a symbol in this fight. David Huerta now free for now as his legal fight continues.
And that prompted his being in custody and arrested prompted today's rally. And you see this is probably a lot of the spillover crowd from Grand Park there now at that federal building there. And Christina Gonzalez has been going live for almost a half an hour for us right here. And we've seen no real commotion here. We've seen no true unrest here. We've seen the crowd peacefully standing there. You can see that they are talking or yelling or trying to communicate something to the officers there as well. But it's been, as Christina Gonzalez has said, a peaceful protest. We should remind you, though, in the wider shot, you can see a whole lot of LAPD officers and their vehicles not too far from this scene, almost as if there are, if not more officers, quite an abundance of officers compared to the amount of people at this protest.
An interesting note just coming out on X from the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, who just put out that I was just informed that Trump, the president, is deploying another 2,000 guard troops to L.A. The first 2,000, he says, were given no food or water. Only approximately 300 are deployed. The rest are sitting unused in federal buildings without orders. This isn't about public safety. It's about stoking a dangerous president's ego. This is reckless, pointless, and disrespectful to our troops. Obviously, that's his perspective. We know the White House has a different perspective, but he has spent much of the day highlighting pictures and news reporting of some of the conditions that some of these troops have been in because there wasn't more of a plan sort of getting them ready for this, that some been on the floor and sleeping on the floor, not had a lot of space, and so he's been pointing that out. But that would be some news. Haven't had that officially come out from the White House, but an idea of 2,000 more guard troops would be something new.
As we watch this, a reminder about the David Huerta case, the SEIU president who has been released today after a hearing. And he talked about he got a hearing and noticed that other people who are being detained are still waiting for their hearings. And he said they are in cells and can't get out. He also said to reporters that he did not intend to get arrested, that he is an advocate. Oh, okay, the crowd's moving. Something's happening here. Something's happening here. The crowd is moving.
What just happened?
Who knows if somebody threw something
This is how quickly it can change, right?
Right. I was looking at my notes, so I didn't catch if there was something that instigated the crowd or the officers, but somehow there was an effort to push that crowd back. Christina Gonzalez, let's go to you.
Yeah, so what happens is I believe some of the crowd got a little bit too close to the officers. And if you see on the left of your screen, that man with that weapon, that's a gas canister weapon. So that will send out gas. And so he threatened to do that, and the crowd backed out for a little bit. You can hear the people over here screaming at somebody who just threw a bottle because they don't want them to. Somebody from the crowd threw a bottle at the officers, and you can hear the people here saying, don't, no, no. As a matter of fact, some of the people here are going to go down there and try to stop them because they don't want this to go that route. It's a kind of an interesting dynamic seeing that. But yeah, somebody got a little too close. And they've moved forward, but they backed off a little bit. I think it's just a matter of getting a little space between the officers and the people in front. But I don't see anybody getting arrested from this perspective. But again, this is the way, if they really want to move that crowd back, they're going to use the gas to move them back, which is really annoying. I have to say people are here prepared for it. Some are. You can see that there are people actually who brought some gas masks and stuff. And what's interesting is that some of those people were not the usual people I would have seen doing that. Not like the young people who are trouble. Again, I've seen a lot of people who are not that type bringing a little gas mask that they bought in Amazon because they want to be able to stay, not be able to create trouble, but they know that they're probably going to get gas because it has been used to move back the crowd. It's one way to do it without hurting people. So that's what you're looking, but you see the crowd moving back in. But at this point, if they keep on going back in, it's going to happen again because they're going to try to move them back. Although they're letting them have the street, Los Angeles is completely blocked by people. And the whole area around the federal enclosure is completely blocked off, as you can see from the helicopter. And in the middle of all this, I don't know if you can hear me, Al. Go to your left of the man with, there's a man with these yellow flowers. Oh, he stopped. But we actually have people who are entertaining the crowd. Let's see if he does it again, because in the middle of all this going on, there's a man doing tumbling flowers and another one who's tumbling. You know, it's kind of the scene as if it were a gathering at a party, but he's moving back now, the guy with the flowers, if we see him do it again. But for a long time, this has been a very kind of almost festive corner for some of the people who don't want to be involved in the screaming. But yes, right now what you do have is what you see in these things, which is the screaming. Somebody at some point is going to have to give. And the question is who and how.
Well,
if it goes long enough, people begin to disperse on their own, but we'll see.
There's a bit of leadership often with protests. I see somebody down there walking by handing out water bottles. There's another sign in the crowd that says first aid. You said the crowd had some kind of people of leadership kind of action saying, stop, don't throw bottles. Are you seeing a coordinated
I'll tell you, no,
there?
it's not a leadership. I gotta stop you because this is the weird thing about this crowd. No, there isn't an organization leader at this point. Many of them came from much more organized crowds, but this is very organic. The people handing out water, I talked to them earlier, they just showed up. They just wanted to help. The people who were next to me trying to run down to stop the people who were throwing water bottles are not the leaders of this group. They're just here. So it's kind of like an organic situation. It really is a leaderless group. Maybe small groups have people, but it's not like just one person that is telling everybody what to do, which is why I can't tell you what they're going to do. Usually, if that were the case, they'd say, oh, we're going to march north on the street and down. That's not what's happening here. People are just coming, and as they see it on social media, more people come down.
So you're saying at Grand Park.
So it's interesting.
Yeah, at Grand Park, when they had the news conference or the rally earlier, that was more organized with leadership, and this is kind of the spillover?
Yes, very much so. The people that you see here, somewhere in Grand Park, somewhere in Olvera Street, a large contingent was a group of students who started a rally here at 11. So it's a different people. It's not like one leader telling all these people what to do. We've seen it kind of evolve and grow this way, but it's not. No, it's very organic. It really is. Let's see to the right over here what's going on, because that group over there with the flags, somebody's trying to talk to somebody. Somebody's trying to actually, they were trying to approach some of the National Guardsmen to talk to them, but I don't think that's going to happen. And in some of these groups, you'll see somebody trying to coordinate, hey, can we do this, can we do that? But no, nothing that I see here that is very organized, not on this end of things. Maybe on the other side, but not here. Completely organic.
Christina, obviously the issue of illegal immigration is a complicated one that's nuanced, that has a whole lot of feelings on it. What are the people that you're talking to, and I know people have different perspectives, think should happen if somebody is here illegally? And do they think that itself is wrong?
So let me repeat, because I have a lot of noise. You want to get a sense of if what people here think if somebody's in this country illegally?
Yeah,
what they think about that. I think the majority of the people around me say.
There are people that are watching this that feel, okay, if you're here illegally, the ICE has a legal right to deport you, and they're just doing their jobs, and it's wrong to try to stop them from doing their jobs. What do these folks say?
Well, I'm not trying to talk to some people, but I will give you the sense. It's a very complicated question. There is a difference. They're the people who are going to tell you everybody should open borders. That's one end of the spectrum. But I think what has drawn so many people here right now, the man over there?
Yeah, he's a big social media star.
Ah, what's his name?
I think Hassan Piper.
Oh, so you're looking at Hassan. Thank you very much. Hassan Piper is a big social media star, and that's people are going up to him.
Hassan's
But
been
I'm
a
not sure
frequent
if it
guest
is.
on
But it
our
looks
show
like him.
before. He is a big social media star.
But we get a lot of people from social media coming and going, taking pictures. Back to your question.
Yeah.
I think that the anger in the majority of people is, if suddenly tomorrow they said, okay, we're going to close borders and we're not going to let in people illegally, that's one thing. Going after people who've been here for 30 years and have been allowed to stay and create lives, who are our neighbors, a lot of people have a problem with that. I don't know. Let me ask around. Can I talk to you? Are you here? Where are you from?
I'm from New Jersey, but I've been living here for about a year and a half.
Okay, so this gentleman is talking to us. You're looking at the picture, but I see you here. My anchors were asking for the people who are here for the protest. What brings you here? The rally to protest?
The rally, the lack of due process, the rounding up people at their jobs, mostly, at schools, like taking parents away from their kids' graduations. That's a step too far, in my opinion.
Now, when they say, well, these people just entered illegally yesterday, does that change your mind at all?
I'm not so sure. I agree that there should be, border control has a job to do. Mm-hmm. But I think you were saying earlier that people who have been here for 10, 20, 30 years making lives, those people should be given opportunity for citizenship rather than just put in a detention center and sent away.
You see, and what I'm hearing from this, thank you so much for talking to us. What I'm hearing from him, I hear a lot. And keep in mind, look, I have covered immigration, which is a much more complicated issue that I would even pretend to try to fix. But I'll tell you this, I have been through 2 rounds of pardons and letting people stay here. And then they do that, and then they do nothing else. And then they expect people to suddenly understand why in one administration suddenly they want to close everything down. This problem is a problem not of this administration or the past administration or the administration before. This has been going on for many, many years, and every administration passes it to the next one. And there's, and yes, there'll be the pardons, there'll be this for a little bit, but honestly, it's not fixed. And until people start thinking long term, how are we going to deal with this? Not just closing the border and kicking out everybody who's been here either, which is the other extreme. When we're honestly ready for that discussion, then perhaps something can be done. But it's our own fault that we are where we're at, because nobody's wanted to really deal with it. And when you suddenly deal with it with no holds bar, it's people some people anyway have a hard time swallowing that.
The last time
there's our guy. He's doing the entertainment back here. So yeah, we're seeing that people are trying to keep the crowd happy and light and the perimeter of it, and just keep things light. But still, again, in the front of the crowd, you see that they're getting a little closer and closer and closer, and hopefully it won't turn into anything. But But that answers your question. Let me see if anybody else here wants to. You're a young man. Is it okay if I talk to you? All right. What's your first name?
Victor Montiel.
Victor, and are you from here, from LA area?
Yeah.
Okay, so talk to me about, as you see this crowd, what's going through your heart and what brings you here? Talk to me. How old are you, first of all? Because you're pretty young.
Right now I'm 19. I'm a college student. I'm doing the same thing what you're doing journalism.
Oh, so you guys are doing the journalism for your school. Okay, so talk to me about what goes through your heart when you're doing this and what you're seeing here.
I see that we're documenting what the struggle of the people are and what people are facing through decades of, what is it, dehumanization in the sense of way. And I feel like it's understanding each other as people. Seeing this is empowering and it's good. To get seeing the both sides and see how this area of Los Angeles, how people come all over Orange County, San Fernando Valley, Santa Clarita, Palmdale, and they come to one area to support. And now you don't only see one race of people, you see blacks, you see whites, and that's what's beautiful. And what I think is really important right now is having more people united instead of, oh, you voted for this guy, you voted for this, or you're this. No, we're all the same. We all bleed at the end of the day.
Now, I gather you may have family members who may have at some point come into this country illegally. I don't know if they have.
Yeah.
Okay. How's your family doing with this? Because I know all my friends are terrified. They don't want to send kids to school. Parents don't want to go to work. People I know. But you tell me what your perspective.
My perspective, you can't really do nothing about it and you can't really be fearing. Because at the end of the day, it is what it is.
We're okay. You're with Fox?
No, with Channel 11, the local.
Okay. I'm sorry. I saw the Fox and are you sure you're not with Fox?
No, I'm not with the network. No, but okay.
She's not. I made sure. Yeah. Okay. No, I saw the Fox.
No, that's okay. No, it's okay, and I understand that. And that is an understandable.
Okay, thank you.
No, it's an understandable question because a lot of people don't like the point of view of the Fox network. That's understandable.
Christina, we're going to take it back here. We've got a news conference with several mayors from different parts of Southern California, communities, cities. We're going to go to that news conference.
Yeah, and just to not make that weird and awkward, we know that there are different perspectives, and some people love the Fox News channel, some people don't. We're technically owned by them, but we operate and do kind of our own thing, and we do our straight news journalism, and they do a good job of doing what they do, and we do what we do, and that is what it is.
And right here, the mayor of Huntington Park, Mayor Arturo Flores, at the podium right there. We're told he's joined by mayors from other surrounding communities and obviously law enforcement as well.
And these are some of the most heavily Latino cities in the country.
Getting ready to start. Good afternoon. I want to thank you guys all for joining.
Stand by. Hey there, control room, you up? Hey there. That works.
Intuitive to that narrative. What we're seeing is an arbitrary enforcement of anybody that essentially looks or might be Latino in areas where they might be trying to find work or employment. With that being said, this morning there was a graduation just to give you an example of the type of fear that this sows. Miles Elementary was graduating at HP High School. Very quickly, rumors started spreading that ICE was outside. The auditorium erupted into chaos. Families that were supposed to be celebrating one of their child's achievements, a milestone, was turned into a horror and terrifying experience with the fear that they might not be able to spend the next day or continue to be a part of their family. That's the type of situations that our community is dealing with, and that's the type of the reason why we're standing up, myself as a mayor, and condemning these types of actions. I do want to highlight that these types of actions also sow division between law enforcement and our residents. I'm going to be inviting the chief of police to come up here. He has a message that will be conveyed in English and Spanish to our community members regarding the relationship between the community and law enforcement. I'm inviting now Chief Cosme Lozano.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My name is Cosme Lozano. I am the Huntington Park Chief of Police. And I just want to reassure the community and send a message that the Huntington Park Police Department does align with state law. We are not federal agents. We are local police officers. We do not enforce federal law, nor do we assist federal agents in immigration enforcement. We work very hard at maintaining trust with our community members. We never concern ourselves, our police officers never concern themselves with the immigration status of any resident in our community. I do plead with members of the community, if you are going to exercise your constitutional rights, to do so in peaceful protest and to not engage in any infractionary or criminal activity. Any concerns can be directed to the police department, or if anybody wants to report any criminal activity or anything that concerns them, obviously call our dispatch center, and our police officers and dispatchers will be happy to help you with that. En español les quiero reforzar a los miembros de la comunidad que el Departamento de Policía obedece las leyes de California. No somos agentes federales, somos oficiales.
Press conference. Obviously, it's important for them to communicate in Spanish in these cities. There's a large Spanish-speaking population as well. And this has been part of the question and challenge and debate about what this sanctuary policy is all about. A lot of folks in local law enforcement are fans of the idea of sanctuary policy, essentially because they want to be able to win the trust of the local community and be able to work with people who may be in this country illegally but are victims of a crime or are witnesses to a crime or involved some way, so that there can be more of a collaborative effort on that front and that people are not living in the shadows. There are other members of law enforcement who feel like if they were able to cooperate with ICE and if the state honored ICE detainer requests, that it would actually make people safer and that some of this action could be done behind bars instead of being done in the streets like these folks are talking about. Let's listen in now.
It's really, really sad to see all the situations that are happening here for our residents, for our communities. I just came in from one of the graduations that we have over there in Linwood, one of the high schools, and we see the fear of our families, and it's so emotional and difficult to see all this. And we were like telling them, yes, everything is okay, it's going to be okay. The district is working diligent to be sure that everything is okay. We are patrolling the areas around. Our sheriff department is also helping to be sure that everything is everybody's safe. Just in the morning, we received a call and residents pictures that they are ICE stopped by Plaza Mexico, just only come in and out. And also 1 hour ago, other residents and also our staff members from the city saw those trucks patrolling also Martin Luther King and Long Beach Boulevard. That means they are around our community right now. I don't know if they are checking to be on certain points later on, but it's really disturbing our community, and especially now that our residents are celebrating the milestone with their kids, with their students, then this is so difficult. But I want the community to know that we are here to protect them, that we are here, we're working diligent to be sure that everything is safe, and we're going to try our best to be sure they are on the best situation right now. Soy la concejal de la alcaldesa de la ciudad de Linwood, Rita Soto.
We are hearing from mayors from Huntington Park and Linwood right now, as Alex mentioned. Some of the neighboring cities to Los Angeles who are heavily Latino, people who are watching perhaps from other parts of the country or the world. We should note that Los Angeles is a city amongst many smaller cities. Think Santa Monica. Huntington Park is one of them. It is to the east of LA. And these are communities that are very concerned about this immigration policy that's being carried out right now by the Trump administration. And we think of many of them who've been here for years and years and years, living amongst the community with their children in school. Many have their children that were born in this country.
Yeah.
And you heard from the superintendent from LA Unified talking today saying, I know that many parents are thinking about where their kids would go if they're detained and should they attend graduations. And he even said, if you feel like it is unsafe for you, you can watch the graduation online. A reminder now that there are graduations happening of all sorts with elementary and junior high and high schools happening in these various cities across Southern California, not just the city of LA.
Right, because there are 87 cities in LA County alone. 87 cities, 87 different mayors. I always hate when we refer to the mayor because there are a lot of mayors. And you're seeing some of them speaking right now. And the city of Los Angeles itself is about 50% Latino. The state of California is about 40% Latino. The state of California has more undocumented folks than anywhere else in the country, some 2.4 million people who are living here illegally. And so you think about that number is a significant one. And many of them have kids that are American citizens or family members that are, and that are in families with different immigration statuses. Let's listen in to more of this.
Being here today, my name is Elizabeth Alcantar-Loza. I am the mayor for the city of Cudahy, and I'm here to lend my support to our Southeast communities. Our Southeast communities are under attack. They are seeing what is happening in neighboring cities, and I think for a lot of our folks, the fear is the point. Mi nombre es Elizabeth Alcantar-Loza, soy la alcaldesa de la ciudad de Cudahy y estoy aquí para prestar mi apoyo a nuestras comunidades de un lado que están viendo un ataque en nuestra comunidad.
They are speaking in Spanish because much of their constituents might be only Spanish speaking. It's important for them to get the information out. This is the third mayor we're hearing from, as she mentioned, the Southeast communities. So again, for reference, if you've never been to Los Angeles or you don't really know the layout, think of the 10 freeway and head east from the city of Los Angeles, and you'll hit a lot of these communities to the north or to the south or farther east. So we're noting we've been hearing from Mayor Karen Bass throughout these 4 days of protests, but very important, Alex, to consider and think of these smaller communities.
I see Matthew Seedorf, our reporter, looks like he's ready to go. And Matthew, I don't know if you can hear us. Where are you at as we check in with you for the first time today? We can't hear you yet. Hopefully we can get that mic turned on somehow.
Check, check, 1, 2.
There we go.
Yep.
Now we got you.
We hear you.
You got us?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're at Los Angeles and Temple, also outside the federal building where I believe Christina Gonzalez is live. You can see the crowds just coming in and almost feel the energy building. We've been seeing people up here at Los Angeles and Temple doing donuts in the street. And then if you look out here, this is the federal building right now. The National Guard is protecting the steps with, it looks like, federal police next to them. I don't know if you can see, but further down off of Los Angeles Street towards the 101. There's a line of local police, it looks like, trying to prevent people from going towards the 101 this afternoon, like what we saw yesterday. But again, you have this massive crowd outside the federal building. We've seen people getting dropped off, lots of people wearing masks. They're carrying milk jugs, prepping for whatever that they're prepping for, just in case there is more clashes with police tonight. But we see someone juggling right now. But again, this car, look, if you look at Los Angeles Street and Temple, this is the car we've been seeing doing donuts in the intersection here for the last 30 minutes or so. Actually, someone's climbing this light pole right now on Temple Street. So you can just feel an energy in the air of uncertainty after the last few nights of what we've experienced across LA, as this person again climbing a light pole here, and there's no local police at this intersection where we're standing right now. So,
well, we do know on the other side.
Are outside the federal building.
Yeah.
On the other side,
again.
yeah, the other side from you.
Is there anywhere we could find a cop nearby? Okay.
The box right there on the left.
Yeah. So I noticed the way. Yeah, I noticed the way they have you set up today. It looks like you got a bunch of media colleagues. Is this sort of an intentional thing to kind of keep everybody safe in their quarters with their security? I mean, is it a different setup than what we've seen in terms of just the sort of chaos of the previous couple days?
Yeah, I think it's just people trying to stay safe after what we've seen. You know, you don't want to get too close to the action where you could get hit by a rubber bullet or a rock that's being thrown from protesters towards police as well. As it looks like, yeah, we have people right now, look at this, dropping off food and water. I mean, preparations are underway for what could be a long night right now.
Interesting to see that. Christina Gonzalez was saying that this is not an organized rally like we saw earlier in the day, where you have the different organizations that are backing some of these protests. This is more, she said, organic, and maybe that's what you're seeing there. I'm hoping that is...
What are those boxes?
Are those masks of some sort? Are those gas masks?
That doesn't look like food and
those
water.
are...
Looks like masks.
Yeah, no, those are masks. Yeah, so people are prepping for some sort of altercation with police as we speak.
Yeah, this is a different scene than what
this intersection, like I
Yeah. I mean, we saw
at this intersection, like I said, there's no local police. We've been seeing the burnouts.
A very different scene. And are those hats that you wear that are more like helmets? I mean, this is a worrying sight. I mean, Christina's site, which is like very close by, she was describing a festive atmosphere, and it looked like a lot of folks, including a lot of older folks, who were there for the right reasons.
This guy's tagging the sidewalk, right?
You know, this is troublemakers. You probably don't put on a mask unless you have a plan of not wanting somebody to see your face. And so this is concerning.
Well, the woman who was handing out the masks, you see her quite clearly there in that beige T-shirt. She's not covering her face at all, so I would love to hear from her as to what this is about. Alex, you do bring up the fact that this could be very concerning. It is a Monday and not the weekend, so you're wondering how many people are wanting to stick around through the evening. Matthew, do you get a feel at all for this crowd? You've been out there for the past couple days.
Yeah, it reminds me of when we got to Paramount on Saturday. Here we have another person doing a little bit of a burnout there in the intersection, where you can feel an energy in the air. It's hard to describe, where it just feels like something's going to happen, and you're waiting for it to happen. And you can look around, you see the National Guard in front of the federal building, but as far as this intersection where we're seeing all this take place, there's no local police to be seen.
Yeah.
And we have people handing out masks and gas masks, and we just saw people graffitiing the sidewalk right in front of this truck, and we've seen people doing burnouts in the street. There's no local law enforcement around.
Let us clarify, because we've been showing a wide shot and from a different angle, a whole lot of officers on the other side of the federal building, almost behind you, and perhaps the visual is obstructed from your point of view. But I can tell you there are many, many, many LAPD cars and officers there that have staged. They are blocking that freeway overpass, so protesters can't get on that overpass like they did yesterday and throw bricks or concrete or scooters down on law enforcement that was below that had cleared the 101 freeway. So perhaps they're not where you are, but there's a lot of them already positioned there. They're not getting caught off guard by a crowd gathered here.
So, I mean, that was quite a shot that we have there of these folks, and your photographer just gave us a great shot of the box that was left behind, which showed the brand of mask. I mean, it's not the kind of thing, thank you for seeing this there. It looks like a bionic shield is what that's called. I mean, that's not the kind of thing that you buy in bulk if you don't plan on doing something with it. And the fact that that's being handed out kind of like candy to everybody there gives you an indication that these folks probably plan to be here for a while, and they feel like they got to load up. I mean, that reminds me, Matthew, of when you were reporting at UCLA, and we had those tents set up by a lot of the folks that were anti-Israel, and they kind of were getting ready for potential battle at night too, based off of their gear.
Yeah, I remember back to that. They were setting up their encampment, right? So they were bringing in stuff for their tents, their camping equipment, and then you were seeing truckloads of food being dropped off. Now this time we have truckloads of masks being dropped off for whatever's to come later tonight. Like I said, again, you can feel an energy in the air of uncertainty and just kind of waiting for something to happen, whatever that is.
And Matthew, you can't see necessarily, unless you have a monitor there, the shot we just showed of all the law enforcement that is just to the other side of you, behind you. There is quite a presence. Now, I'm not sure why they don't have officers on this side of the federal building on Temple Street there, but behind you, they are there in force. Now, perhaps law enforcement will see the picture that we just showed there, as well as the other media that is there lined up there with you. And obviously, those people that were dropping off the masks, they weren't shy about showing their faces.
Yeah, no, they just showed up and they're still here. I mean, they're wearing a mask right now, but for the most part, they didn't seem like that was a big concern. I can see, like you're saying, I can see police in the distance.
Behind you.
Yeah, we can see them on the other side of the federal building down Temple Street over there.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
And they've been watching this take place. I mean, this has been going on for 30 minutes of the people doing the donuts and stuff on this street. But it seems like they're more worried about more violent issues than that at this point, anyway.
And we should also note, also sort of behind you, where the federal building is right there, where that crowd is behind you, the bulk of the crowd, you have the National Guard there and a lot of other officers there that are standing, that Christina Gonzalez has been showing us. Hard to see it in this picture, but right over your shoulder, there's a lot of law enforcement. There's a lot of National Guard members right there.
Yeah, and those National Guard members are really just focused on protecting that federal property. As far as going out beyond that, I don't think they have the jurisdiction at this point to really do crowd control. They're just in charge of protecting that federal building. It seems to me like it's going to be up to local police to how far this can go with the crowd and how far they're going to let it go. But again, yeah, it seems like the national police that we're seeing are just in charge of protecting the federal building.
So we are approaching the top of the hour. As we do, we are going to take a moment to reset here. We're also going to be welcoming viewers who are joining us on our sister station, Fox 11 Plus, who are used to joining us at this time of night. So as we do, we want to officially welcome you to the Fox 11 News at 5. And we start with breaking news here for the Fox 11 News at 5. Protesters rallying on the streets of downtown L.A. The anti-ICE demonstrations now in day number 4. We are seeing a large crowd in a standoff. We see the National Guard there at the top of your screen. This is at the Federal Building in downtown Los Angeles.
And we should note our reporter Matthew Seedorf is standing in an elevated spot right there. Right behind Matthew is the shot that you just saw with the National Guard, though. So let me set this up quickly before you go to you, Matthew. I'm Christine Devine here with Alex Michelson as we bring you this 5 o'clock news here at Fox 11.
Yeah, so the LAPD has declared a citywide tactical alert as we've seen hundreds of people gathering downtown. even though it's called a citywide tactical alert, we have not seen major problems in other parts of the city. It seems like right now most of this focus is in downtown Los Angeles, and everywhere else is kind of business as usual. We have seen a battalion of 700 Marines are now being deployed. We learned that a battalion of 700 Marines now being deployed out of 29 Palms to LA to assist the National Guard. They're not supposed to be carrying out law enforcement role, but are tasked with protecting federal property and federal personnel. The president so far has not invoked the Insurrection Act, which would allow Marines to do law enforcement and potentially even immigration work. That has not been invoked, at least not yet. Governor Newsom blasting the move to bring the Marines here. He calls Marines heroes, but said, quote, they shouldn't be deployed on American soil facing their own countrymen to fulfill the deranged fantasy of a dictatorial president. Although I'm sure the president would say some of these folks are not their own countrymen. They're here illegally from other countries.
The LAPD responding. LAPD Chief Jim McDonald says he's not been given any formal notification about the Marines and said their arrival would present challenges for his officers. And now keep in mind, he was not also aware that there was going to be raids by ICE and Homeland Security. Neither was the mayor. They were not notified. They were not in coordination with the president on this.
But that's because there is a sanctuary policy and they don't coordinate with the administration by choice. So the administration says, we'd like to work with you. You have a policy that says that you can't, so we're not telling you because we can't tell you.
U.S. officials say around 1,000 National Guard members are here on the ground in L.A. Governor Newsom says only about 300 are currently deployed. The governor is also suing the Trump administration over the deployment of the Guard, which the president authorized under Title 10 of the U.S. Code. So let's talk about our crews there that are on the ground monitoring all of this, the protests downtown on this fourth day. Reporter Christina Gonzalez live there on the scene in front of the federal building. Christina?
That's right. We're on the Los Angeles side of the federal building. Let me show you the scene here. This is on the opposite side of where Matt is. And the crowd here is actually an interesting dynamic that is happening. The crowd here has gotten smaller. Some of them have gone over to the area where the crowd that Matt is in the middle of is at, because that area, they started having some issues. There's word that they may be getting ready to try to move them back. And the question is, will they all be pushed onto here to Los Angeles? Remember, keep in mind, all these crowds are surrounding the federal building. This has been so far a very peaceful crowd. We have not had any issues. Many of the people here came from earlier rallies. One, the SEIU, the union rally over at Grand Park, and then there was a large group of students here who've been rallying and protesting since 11 o'clock. But so far things have been very quiet. But you do see a line of, they have the big sign, California National Guard, and the feds, in other words, just blocking entrance to this building. So far, it's been very much in your face, but no attempts to do anything beyond that. Very peaceful. At some point, the question is, if they start moving people from that area where Matt is, which is Aliso, will they end up over here, or will this crowd be moved over there, or will they be allowed to disperse on their own, which is unlikely at this point. But we're going to have to see what happens. Again, we have the same. A lot of people, though, have left from a few hours ago. I think a lot of families, they say it's 5 o'clock, it's time to go home. And now it's just a different kind of crowd, but there's still quite a few people out here who were at the earlier rallies. But again, it seems to be shifting, as it does at this time. People have to get home to the kids and so forth. But we still have a good, on this side, I'd say about 100 people maybe in front of the building, and then around them a good 50, 100, but it changes because they're moving back and forth between the two crowds. It's very organic. There's no leadership moving these people. So we'll have to see what happens. So from
Christina?
Los Angeles Street in downtown Los Angeles, back to you, Christine.
We see the officers in the darker uniform, a little movement there on the platform there where you see the National Guard. Are those also National Guard, or what agency is that?
Federal. That's a federal agency. Remember, the federal building is being guarded by the federal agency. There may be some sheriffs somewhere in there that sometimes, but the majority of the people in front of that, you see that line, and that is by design. They are making a point that we, the feds, are going to protect this building. They know that they're on cameras and that they know that this is what they have to do. When I was out walking the perimeter earlier, I was told that LAPD, the local law enforcement, will take care of the streets. But the entrance to the buildings that are federal buildings is going to be in charge of the National Guard and any kind of federal authority at this point.
All right, Christina, we are watching the scene there, and you're right, it does look like a much thinner
Something is
crowd.
going on right behind us. Yeah, I smell the smoke. I think somebody released some kind of smoke device. Let's see. Let's take a look over here. Let's walk a little bit this way. Did you get to see what happened? No. Let's see. So a lot of people are moving this way and moving back. If you can guard that spot for me, please. I'm not gonna. Yes, we're not gonna move very far away. But what you see are people moving back. I think that there was. I don't smell tear gas.
Christina?
I do smell some kind of gas now. Yes?
Why don't we take it back here? We've got another reporter there on the ground, Matthew Sudorf. What do you see?
Yeah, so we're at Temple and Los Angeles Street. I don't know if you can hear police. It sounds like they're wanting people to disperse. Okay.
Sorry about the
yeah,
language.
there's someone talking. Someone's talking. It's there. But sorry about that. So here at Temple and Los Angeles, we did see what looked like a fight. We saw a guy get thrown to the ground and some punches being thrown. The crowd rushed in trying to break it up, and they did. They did. But then we saw Los Angeles police just run this direction. And here is where we are now, where you can see police on Temple Street making their presence known. We saw lots of protesters just run and scatter. But right now, we're just kind of waiting to see what happens as police look at the protesters and protesters look at the police here at Temple in Los Angeles.
Yeah, by the way, we're going to do our best to try to keep, the language PG, but sometimes we can't control it when these people, especially, illegally graffiti places and hold up signs and things like that. So we apologize if there's an F word here or there. We're going to do our best to try to keep that out, but sometimes it slips in because there's a lot going on out there tonight.
Well, that explains a little bit of the commotion that Christina was talking about. We do have our two reporters who are there very much close to that scene in different spots of the federal building. It is a much thinner crowd than it was this weekend, as you might expect, being a Monday. Matthew Sudorf, we see you there. Do you want to jump in here?
Yeah, like I've been saying earlier, I mean, you can feel a sort of tension, and then it erupted where there was that fight. Then police ran in. We did mention just about 20 minutes ago, we saw a car show up, a truck full of gas masks. It just seems like there's something brewing, I guess you could say. Right now, though, again, police just kind of here watching the situation as looks like some protesters are yelling at them, but this is what we're looking at right now.
And we have some clarity on those masks. They're called bionic shield, and I initially thought they were gas masks coming off the car that they were being handed out, as Alex said, like candy to people in the crowd. We did a little research there. They cost about $34 to $64, and they are protective masks, kind of like what you might see in a workshop. It kind of protects you from chemical splash or sparks or debris, but it is not a gas mask.
Here
it's meant for like mechanics or people that are doing body work on cars, and I don't think they're going to be doing body work on cars tonight. Do you see any cars coming in for body work tonight, Matthew?
No, no cars for body work here tonight. We did just see another box of someone handing out more masks. So again, obviously, we don't know what's going to happen tonight, but it does seem like protesters here are preparing for something to happen, some sort of altercation, possibly with police.
I'd be curious also, and I know it's hard to get in there, but who's funding this? Who's paying for these masks that are $34 to $64 each? Who's handing all this stuff? Where are these boxes coming from?
I just saw some rocks being thrown, and that is a great question you mentioned about who's paying for those masks to have them just show up truckload. But we did just see some people throwing stuff. You hear some people in the crowd not agreeing with it, telling them to calm down. But again, you can feel an energy right now that's hard to describe.
Yeah, I saw a woman kind of pushing somebody back. Is that her right there? She's kind of pushing this guy, you know, kind of saying, no, no. We also saw that with Christina Gonzalez as well, who said her location, although it was an organic crowd, was staying peaceful, and that when somebody threw a water bottle, the crowd reacted like, no, that's not where we want to go. That was this specific crowd. These are not the people necessarily who have caused so much damage that we saw yesterday. Bizarre behavior there, somebody acting very strange there, and being videotaped, as we do in this day and age. But right now, what you saw when you described somebody intervening with somebody who was starting to kind of cause some unrest is what Christina Gonzalez also described as well.
Yeah, it does seem like there's a segment of the crowd that doesn't want to see the violence, doesn't want to see the unrest, and then there are, you know, those people in the crowd that's what they're here for, right? Agitators. They want to see the disruption.
Yeah, and we're noting the social media era of people wanting to document everything, including their own activities, which also means law enforcement says, hey, we're watching too. There's a lot of videos out there. They're documenting the actions of people, and they're saying that for some of the most severe of the agitators who caused the most damage, we're going to be trying to track you down and make arrests, and they have made arrests yesterday. So we're watching the scene here, and describe for me, Matthew, the cars there. Is that just the public trying to drive down the street there, caught up amidst these protests?
Yeah, it is the public. I mean, you've got to imagine. I mean, most people in LA, across the world, know what's been happening in here the last few days, and especially in the evening, nighttime. To guess, you would imagine that a lot of these people are either coming here to be a part of the protest or to see what's going on. Just based on what we're seeing, we saw lots of people getting dropped off earlier. Right now, there are kind of two segments of this crowd. Again, where Christina Gonzalez was outside the federal building, and over here at Los Angeles and Temple Street, as these demonstrators are now face to face with police.
Yeah, and it may be that they are looking for a conflict tonight. Matthew,
as we tend to see in scenarios like that, the people that are definitely looking for a conflict.
Yep. So we see that stat on your screen, 700 Marines deployed to assist National Guard. That order coming today, something that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, announced. We do not expect that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, announced. We do not expect them to be in place today. They're leaving from 29 Palms and will be there sometime soon. We don't have an exact date or time for when we expect them to be in place. Let's see what happens with this car that's trying to come through. So we expect at around 5:15, which is about 2 minutes from now, a press conference from the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, and the chief of police of Los Angeles, Jim McDonnell, to talk about where we're at and where we're going. Last night, we had a couple opportunities to talk with her, and she really tried to get the message out that violence is not the answer, and that there would not be tolerance for violence. We'll see if both the mayor and the police chief maybe have a different strategy tonight for handling all of this or not. But as soon as that press briefing gets underway, we will take you there live. We'll see if it starts on time. In the meantime, we continue to look at these pictures from downtown LA. A big change from yesterday as we look at the freeway, wide open and not much traffic in downtown LA at this time, which is strange, because usually you would see a whole lot of traffic at this time. Christina talked about the fact that a whole lot of people are trying not to get near downtown LA, including people who work there, because of what we're seeing today. It is clear that law enforcement has made a tactical decision and a tactical priority to stop people from getting on the freeway, to protect transit for the people of Southern California tonight, and they have been effective so far at doing that. We have not seen images of widespread violence today with these demonstrations that have happened during the day. Sometimes when it gets later at night and some of the more legitimate protesters start to head home to their families, then sometimes later at night the more anarchist people start to act up. It is worrying that we just saw a whole bunch of heavy-duty masks being handed out to everybody that wanted one en masse. Clearly, it looked like the folks out there are preparing for the possibility of conflict. That may be just to protect themselves, and they're not trying to be the aggressor, but they're there in case they need them. But that's not the kind of thing that you would buy, or not the kind of thing that you would want to have unless you were sort of preparing for that sort of thing. And we see a lot of folks covering their faces, which is something that President Trump has talked about he would want to make illegal at protests like this. Not quite sure how you would do that legally. But the fact that people are covering their faces does make it harder for law enforcement to find people. And there are people who may be in this country illegally, who may not want their faces to be shown, who are wearing masks for that reason, although usually they're not wearing the heavy-duty bionic shields. For that reason, you would probably wear more of a surgical mask or something.
Noting with that bionic shield mask, which is really a protective mask that you often see in a workshop, you may not be too protected from gas. It might give you a bit of a buffer, but if there's going to be gas, there's no protection around the nose and the mouth. It's kind of like just a thicker, wider, fuller shield in a way that kind of covers, gives the full face some protection from, as we heard, quote, chemical splashes or debris.
Right.
Well, again, Alex, noting that crowd is really thinned out, but keep in mind, if people were there much of the day for that Grand Park protest, it's a long day already to have been there on your feet out in the sun. Perhaps those people feel they have made their statement and, like you said, time to go home. But as evening happens here in Southern California, perhaps they also don't want to be any part of the ruckus that we saw yesterday.
Mm-hmm. And you can understand why, because that got to be not so fun. So now we see, you know, the back and forth, and a lot of these folks are trained to try to de-escalate conflict. But when folks, there you go, okay, pushing back. And now it looks like the woman there who's trying to help, right?
Trying to say, hey, crowd, back up, go back. It is quite an interesting scene here. You have law enforcement there in a crowd of people, but you have a crowd on both sides of them, reminding you of the difficult job of being a law enforcement officer during this time. And you can see a crowd surrounding these officers there, but the woman there trying to ask people to almost, if you're going to protest, do it peaceful. Look at her there with the sign, back up, back up.
Whoa.
Something perhaps is encouraging that crowd to back up a little quicker here. Not sure if maybe there's some kind of show of law enforcement coming in from behind there that we don't see.
Matthew Seedorf, is that your camera?
So we've
what are you seeing?
Yeah, we've got police showing up here right now. We saw some protesters squaring off with the police on Temple in Los Angeles face to face. These officers are coming in big numbers around the corner, lights and sirens on, getting out of their cars. And we're seeing some of the protesters scattering, but others walking over here to see what's going on.
We're looking now here at a wide shot there. As we look at the downtown area here on this Monday, you can see a number of law enforcement vehicles there on that one road there to the left. Mainly the activities at the federal building. And as we've been showing you throughout this late afternoon, it's a fairly thin crowd, relatively speaking, when you think of the protesters that it turned out over the weekend. And we should note that there was a rally this afternoon, and that was much to bring attention to the case of David Huerta, the union president who had been arrested on Friday amidst the protests. He has been released on bond. He got his hearing and is dealing with his case, but he is free. So right now you still see some stragglers or people who've come out later in the day to see what's going on or be part of this. But the bulk of the rally you think of a rally or a protest or rally. That's not happening. It's just kind of loose people there. Christina Gonzalez with her camera force right there. As you see, the National Guard there, federal troops right there behind you, behind Christina, our reporter there. And they are protecting the federal building right there.
So, as we're now 5:20, we are keeping an eye out as there right now is really a lot of standing around and waiting, but we have not seen, dramatic escalation yet. Christina Gonzalez, back to you, and what are you seeing from your perspective?
Well, here's what's happening. I mean, to explain, the officers that you see in front of you, the left, the dark shirts are Department of Homeland Security. The right side is California National Guard, clearly marked. Now, what's happening is that the area on Temple, remember, Matt is on the other side of the building. That is also closed off. The crowd keeps on moving back and forth, having small skirmishes with officers, and they're bringing in more local law enforcement. If you look at the helicopter at Temple and Los Angeles, that is an area where they're trying to block it with some of the vehicles, some of the law enforcement vehicles that they had brought in on the other side in Alameda. Ideally, if they had enough vehicles, they would probably block the entire federal building, but they don't have that at this point. Many of the vehicles, I can't show them to you close up, but I saw them coming up. They're from agencies as far as Ventura and Baldwin Park, Montebello. They're trying to bring in as many backup as they can because, again, the streets belong to local police, and local police is going to need the help of some other agencies. Let me see. Look to your left. Is that that is the LAPD helicopter? They are getting ready, I am told, to declare the area where Matt is to give an order of dispersal. If they give an order of dispersal in that area, which would be Alameda and Temple, and they would like to do that because they want to keep them away from the freeway, they're going to try to move them towards this side. And that is kind of what the plan originally was when I talked to them a few hours ago. But with a crowd that is not as organized and so much more smaller, as you see on this side, a lot of family members are leaving. People are saying, we're going back home. I don't know if you have the sound that I gathered earlier that I sent back. I don't know if our producers have it, but earlier when I was coming in, I was talking to people with families and not your troublemakers. And I was asking them, why are you coming here knowing full well that this could turn a little bit crazy later on? So why don't we listen to what those people have to say so you can hear from them and their perspective.
I just been in one rally right now, which was the union rally.
Are you going to go over there?
Yes.
Why?
Support the families, children and stuff like that, getting separated from the families that are taken and stuff, unjustifiably.
Does it worry you, all this police and what you've seen going on? And
it does, to a certain extent.
It could get dangerous for you.
Oh, yeah. It could. But, let's hope it doesn't escalate to that situation, Peaceful at the end of the day.
I'm not worried. I think the people here are protesting peacefully. That's what I want to believe. And if anything gets out of hand, I'm probably going to exit the situation because that's not what I'm here to do. But I'm here to advocate for what we want to see happen, which is ICE to knock it off.
So we have stepped back a little bit because people are pointing out. So I want to give you a perspective of what's going on over there. But first, let me show you up here because everybody's pointing at the top of the building in that area. Now, they are saying that there's people with guns. I see people with trying to keep an eye from there where the crowd is going. But some of the people were saying that they have snipers up there. From the perspective here, I know that they have weapons, but I see them mostly trying to keep eyes on what is going on from the federal building, which is where we're at. Now, let's see if we can walk this way a little bit. Walk with me. Because what is really difficult about to secure this, as it were, for LAPD is that you have pathways that go all around the federal building. If they had completely blocked the federal building, this might be easier. But you can see somebody over here selling. How much are the flags going for?
They're $20.
$20. Are you doing a good business today?
That's not me, is it?
¿Y cuánto están son $20?
Oh, sí, $20.
$20.
Sí, 20.
Mucho negocio, a lot of business.
No, it's slow.
It's slow. It's slow.
We are coming here because we're not working, and we need to make a little money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're selling the flags. Okay.
Yeah, we're selling flags now. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's what I meant about earlier, the festive thing. We had like people selling, carne asada, hot dogs and stuff like that. But let's see where that crowd was going. But again, this gives you a sense of how difficult. This is much more of a festive area here. People are there's no violence. There's nothing going on that's crazy here. Let's go over there to see, because that's what happens as it gets later. Family members begin to leave. Some of the original people who were here with rallies, and then you have a different type of person. So here we are at Los Angeles and Temple. This is the area where you saw some of the situations supposedly going on. Let's see if we can check it out from this perspective. Let me hang on to you. Elsa, forgive us. We are walking down the stairs with a live camera. You're still with us over there, guys?
Still got you, Christina.
This is live television. All right, okay, so we're going to make our way over here and show you what's going on, and we, in advance, please forgive us. I know that there's a lot of graffiti that has some bad words and things like that, so our apologies. We have no control of that. But here, this is the area at Los Angeles and Temple that you were looking at from the helicopter. This is the other corner of the federal building. And what you have is what you see. Let me go to this side. Now, if you go down Temple towards the back of the federal building and the Metropolitan Holding Facility, you can't get through. And what they're trying to do is not allow people to go past this intersection. At some point, they're probably going to try to move everybody, but so far there's been little skirmishes, which is very peaceful. The people here have been loud. They have made their point. But on this side, we have not had the issues that we may have seen in other locations. Let's see what's going on over here. Everything okay over here? It's been peaceful so far? So far, so good?
Not so sure.
What happened? I just walked from over there. Kind of tell me what happened. Did you get to see any of it?
So this group just formed right now because everyone heard sirens, so they disbanded from over there to over here. But someone recently right now just said back up because someone started throwing things.
Yeah.
So if they start throwing things, they're gonna react back. So
let me ask you something. I'm gonna move you a little bit this way because I don't want you to get hit from behind. Okay. You look like the kind of person who is not a troublemaker or anything. You're here to make your point. Does it worry you when it gets a little scary like this?
A little, just because the majority that are here, we either do have papers, so we're privileged to be here in this protest. Hopefully it stays peaceful as long as possible.
Yeah.
But those who can't, protest, and I've had family members who have been deported as well. Her mother was deported when she was.
Her mother was just deported in this
Yeah. No, her mother was deported when she was. Sarai, how old were you? 5 years old.
Yeah.
So it's I'm more be here for support for her because she's being the voice for the kids that couldn't at her age when she was 5.
If you could say in one sentence what you want to make sure gets said about this whole thing on the personal level, what would it be?
The outcome that I want here?
What would you want people to know? You got the world listening right now. What do you want people to know about this whole thing as someone going through it like you are?
That we're hard workers. I've seen how my mom and my dad, they didn't come here with papers. And I've seen them create a life that I can call privilege for myself at the cost of theirs, So it wasn't easy. I've heard stories of my different family members of what they went through coming here, the struggles. And then I've had family members, I had a cousin who was here, I think maybe 7 years ago.
Yeah.
And we kept telling him to stay here because, we were going to do some family paperwork so he could stay here in the United States, but unfortunately he couldn't. And then 2 years later when he was older, he got shot in Guatemala.
That's hard.
So
that's hard.
It's not only because we want to, not we, because I can't say personally, but the people who have fought for kids like me to have a better life is to avoid lifestyles like that over there. Not everyone has the privilege of living a safe, secure life in Guatemala, Mexico, El Salvador. So it's not just because they want to come here because they're fleeing from something else over there. It's just the lifestyle is almost unlivable here. And if it can be granted humanly here, why not?
talking to us. We appreciate it. Be safe out there. And you know, I think we're going to have let people talk, because then you hear what this is about to them, agree or disagree. You know, many immigrants, you know, have come here and worked hard to do it legally. Others have not, but the issue is, but let me just, before we go back, thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias, señor. Gracias. So what's going on over here, before we send it back to you, is that we've got, it's definitely a standoff. You see the officers right on the other side of that line. They're not going to let them get past Los Angeles. They want to try to keep everybody away from the federal building. So Temple and Los Angeles, things definitely changing. The way, the approach, and the feeling is definitely very different. Wait. Okay, so what he's saying, the officers on a loudspeaker are saying, step back from the officers or we're going to have to use less than lethal force to move you back. Step back from the officers or we're going to have to use less than lethal force. That is what you're hearing. So I don't see what the less than lethal force is. They've been using gas, but we also saw some of the
rubber bullets.
I'm trying to see. Let me move you a little bit. Let me go a little bit closer behind this vehicle, because they're non-lethal. It depends on what they want to use. Again, I've been seeing a lot of gas, but we'll have to see. But they're asking everybody over there to step back or they're going to move them back. Again, definitely, this is the atmosphere changing. It was a very peaceful, quiet, but they want people to step back at Los Angeles and Temple, which is where we are at. You see people are donning gas masks. So they're getting ready for this.
Yeah.
This is the crowd that wants to make their point this way for whatever reason in their mind. In the middle of bubbles, by the way.
Yeah.
Somebody's blowing bubbles in the middle of the whole thing, which is kind of interesting.
It's now 5:30. If you're just watching the Fox 11 News at 5, thanks for joining us. Alex Michelson here with Christine Devine, Christina Gonzalez, Matthew Seedorf, all out in the field right now. We are watching day 4 of these demonstrations that we have seen in downtown LA. Some of them anti-ICE, some of them just people who want to create chaos in the streets of downtown Los Angeles. We see this crowd now on the move, being pushed back a little, seems to be doing so in an orderly way. A moment that happened not too long ago on our air, we want to play again for you, and it involves masks called Bionic.
Should we? Yeah, Matthew Seedorf. Let's go to Matthew Seedorf on the ground.
Matthew, I'm not sure if...
You can,
okay, what's going on
You can see demonstrators are throwing rocks and bottles right now at police, as police are now pushing the line forward, trying to get people to disperse. You can see officers have their less than lethals out as more people are throwing those water bottles at them, also trying to take cover behind this car right now in the middle of Los Angeles and Temple. You can hear the pops of those police guns and the bottles just going. That one just missed a police officer and knew another shot right there. More rocks, more bottles coming. Oh, glass. There was glass just thrown to the police. It is becoming violent out here right now. People are honking, and it seems like more people are rushing over here to try to be part of this. Now the police are firing the other direction.
Whoa.
Very intense situation right now as lots of people are running. Look at this. I mean, these people are taking shelter behind this car strategically parked in the middle of Los Angeles and Temple. And I will say we saw it come up here, and there was boxes of stuff inside. I don't know what it is, but it's been parked there ever since. We can still see more people throwing. If you look on the other side of Temple, Sam, you can see there's another car right there where people are barricaded behind that. Just a very, very intense situation right now.
Wow. So what was there a particular moment or thing that prompted this sort of, we're taking this to the next level?
It seemed like this was police and these protesters had been face to face. Police had said, you know, back up, don't get to this close, don't get this close. We didn't see what happened, but one could presume that someone might have gotten too close. And then we saw some rocks and bottles being thrown, and then this is where we're at now. And you can also see there's more people pushing closer. They want to be a part of this almost. This car's parked in the intersection. We see more people coming in, and You have a motorcycle right here adding to that. You can hear the sound. Looks like they're trying to move the car. Look at that. So people are taking shelter behind this car as it moves from police.
Well, we might
right
think,
now is
Matthew, we might think that as it's getting darker out, that they want to get people farther away from that federal building where you have the National Guard there. They've been allowed to be out in front all day, and you see the top of our screen there, the picture of the National Guard and Homeland Security. You can see, look at the LAPD line there. They have moved way into that space. That's the first we've really seen of that as we've had this coverage this full afternoon. And I'm wondering if that is their attempt to clear that space in front of the federal building with the thought that they don't want it to get any worse as it gets dark.
Yeah, it does seem like police are trying to wrap this up here at Los Angeles and Temple in front of the federal building. We can see another line of law enforcement in front of the federal building where the National Guard is. Those police officers pushing this way as well, kind of closing in on the intersection where we're standing right this second. And we're hearing more shots firing. Look at this, Sam, more police are coming in behind these right now. Oh, someone else just threw a glass bottle from where we are. So I hear some sirens as well. There's definitely more glass and stuff being thrown.
So Matthew, we've heard so much from people about the idea of law enforcement taking people into custody who may be in the country illegally. Are we seeing any indication of law enforcement taking these folks into custody who are clearly committing crimes right live on TV that everybody can see?
Not yet. No, I haven't seen any arrests so far, but you can see people still throwing and chucking these bottles and rocks and glass at police. And police are firing back with their rubber bullets. But it's really not stopping it. It's like people are wanting to be a part of it and throwing more.
Well, as we look at the area in which they're trying to clear the crowd or keep them back, perhaps they're trying to funnel the crowd clearly away from the entrance and the front of the federal building. And that line perhaps there is keeping people from going any further up the street there. But as that line of law enforcement is moving to clear them towards where you are, that's actually clearing them away from the front of the federal building.
That's exactly right. They're pushing them away from the federal building. And you can see it is working. I do think some of the crowd's going down Los Angeles away from the federal building. But there's also people that are just coming to this intersection almost wanting to see what's going on. Look at this. Someone's dumping more masks in the middle of the street right now.
Well, I'm not sure what
those
those
are more
masks can really do, especially if gas is deployed.
They hide your face so that you can't be prosecuted as easily.
Okay.
That's what they can do.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. If you're there trying to hide your identity so that, and you know a bunch of people are watching and you're about to do something, it makes it harder to find you.
Yeah.
Or protection from COVID, but that's a whole other thing.
The federal building right now, you can see the National Guard has also pushed their line forward closer to the street away from the building as police are really, it looks like, trying to close off access to this particular street right now.
Well, you heard that Christina Gonzalez, or maybe it was you, Matt, one of you had said that you had heard that there was an order to disperse. That means that crowd needed to leave, and you could see the progress that they made there in clearing the crowd from the front of that federal building. That shot you're seeing there, crowd on the top box, has all been moved to the right, not directly in front of the federal building. Look at the people too, Alex, with the umbrellas there. I've seen a few people with umbrellas. They're trying to protect themselves or arm themselves against.
Which is something we saw quite often at UCLA when we had those anti-Israel activists. They used umbrellas as part of their defense posture as well. And in that situation, what we saw was law enforcement stood around and stood around and stood around until they made the decision, we're not taking this anymore. And they, you know, when we've seen in the past, when law enforcement has time to mobilize and come up with a strategy and really want to do something, they usually can make it happen. And right now, they are allowing this to happen. They're allowing a lot of these folks to try to say what they're going to say and try to do this as peacefully as possible, even though I'm sure many of them are annoyed that people are screaming at them in their faces. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, right now, the crowd is... Police are rushing up over there. They're coming up where we are.
Look, here we go.
I'll see. We're gonna get up here. Police are coming up where we are at the.
I think we just lost Matthew's signal as things get a little hairy there.
But right here, this is the area in front of the federal building. Police have made it clear that they are moving that crowd out of the front of the federal building where the National Guard has been staging.
Christina Gonzalez, what's happening where you are?
All right, so what's happening is that I am on the ground level. You see Matt, he's right above us. I'm right at the ground level. People from this area are actually going to the other end where we were at to bring that crowd over here. They're asking them to come here to take over this corner here at Temple and Los Angeles. Now it's a very different vibe, and they definitely want to make a stand, as it were, an angry stand. People are coming out, there's bottles, people are putting on masks, and you know, they're getting ready for whatever it is that is going to happen. On the ground here, what the officers are trying to do is to get this crowd to back off. And you see that it has an effect. Some people do move back. Others do not. Careful, careful as people run at us.
Police Department is on tactical alert and in a state of partial
All right,
mobilization.
Christina, thank you. We now take you to a live press conference with the LAPD Chief, Jim McDonnell.
Communities and respond effectively to any unrest or unlawful activity. Let me explain for the public what all these means in practical terms. When we declare a tactical alert, we're activating a department-wide operational posture that enables us to reallocate officers rapidly, hold over shifts as needed, and prioritize major incidents. Officers assigned to the field remain in their areas unless they're reassigned. Activities are narrowed to police work of significance or major importance, and officers who are able to return to the field in their areas of assignment. We also notify all relevant command staff, including my office, the Office of Operations, Emergency Operations Division, in order to ensure seamless communication and coordination. In response to current events, we've also implemented partial mobilization of the department, which means we've extended watch hours, deferred days off for some personnel, and alerted off-duty officers to be ready for deployment. Our ability to scale up quickly is essential during this kind of fluid and unpredictable situation. We're deeply appreciative of the assistance we've received through the California Mutual Aid System, with officers and deputies from across Southern California already on the ground in Los Angeles supporting our efforts. We're also aware of reports that the President intends or has deployed U.S. Marines to Los Angeles. The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents. Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to be able to do so professionally and effectively. We urge full transparency and communication across all levels of government. Our priority is simple: keep both the public and law enforcement officers safe and to maintain order. To the public, we fully support your right to peacefully protest, but let me be absolutely clear. Those who choose to incite violence, engage in vandalism or graffiti, or attack officers will be arrested. There is no tolerance for criminal activity under the guise of protest. And many ask, you know, not a lot of people, relatively speaking, have been arrested during this incident. Well, I would say that I wouldn't argue with you on that, but many more will be arrested as the investigation continues. There will be many more subsequent arrests. Finally, I want to offer my deep gratitude to the men and women of the LAPD and all of our partner agencies who are out there standing side by side. They're working long hours under intense pressure, and what I've seen as professionalism, courage, and commitment to this city has never been more evident than in the past couple of days. Thank you all very much.
Buenas tardes y gracias al alcalde Vance de la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
All right, so there you have
Desde esta tarde, el
the
departamento de
mayor
Los Ángeles
standing by as the police chief just spoke. They're talking about that tactical alert, which we told you about earlier, which means LAPD officers are being carried over on their shifts to work what you're seeing right there in downtown LA. He also talked about the Marines being sent to Southern California and a lack of coordination with that. And what really stands out to me, Alex, too, we talked about the LAPD has decades of experience in dealing with situations like this. Now, some around the nation or President Trump may say, well, we've seen what happens in LA when there is unrest.
Yeah, look at this picture.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's the thing. And that's Bass's point that she's been making. Okay, the way that you can make the point to the president that you don't need the Marines and don't need the National Guard is not have a bunch of people out there throwing rocks and glass and bringing bionic shields and putting face masks and all the rest of it. You know, because this situation in this particular area right now is not entirely under control.
But we know there's an element of that who don't care. They don't care.
Right. They don't care. And so then the question is, when do you, he said people are going to be arrested eventually, but should some of those people be arrested now?
I think that his point is members of the LAPD know the streets of LA.
Right.
They know the communities. They've covered riots. I mean, I've covered 2 riots myself in my decades being here in Los Angeles. So they do maybe the best that they can with the knowledge of knowing the city compared to Marines who
have never been here
they may be from Kentucky.
Never been here before and have no experience doing this sort of thing. And that's not why most people sign up to be a Marine, is to do that kind of work either. And we've never seen something like that. But it is, my point is that just from an optics perspective, and this is something that the mayor admitted last night to us, that it is harder to make the argument that we got everything under control when this is happening at the very same time.
Oh, no doubt. You have people watching around the country and say they see this and they think LA is out of control.
Right. And some of them say, thank you, President Trump, for restoring law and order when LA's, you know, they would say Democratic politicians are not able to do that.
And they see a lawlessness that is, they feel is allowed to perhaps just go
and fester.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it's and this isn't the first day. This is the 4th day of this sort of situation. But you see, this is the National Guard that was called in, and many of them sort of we have not seen damage to the federal building, but they're not actively engaging with the folks there either.
There's quite a presence there at the front of the federal building. You have the National Guard and Homeland Security in the darker uniforms there. And they've been out there all day with that presence that was quite significant, with a lot of LAPD to the backside of that. Now they've moved in and cleared the crowd down away from the front of it. So it was an intimidating presence, you have to admit, in front of the federal building.
Yeah, it's you don't see anybody getting in there. That's not supposed to, and so they have protected that. The question is, will that stop everything else? Let's listen back to the chief.
So joined by Commander Ryan Whiteman, who usually works Operations South Bureau, but during this incident is the day watch incident commander. So I'll take any questions you have. If they're detailed questions, Commander Whiteman would probably be better able to answer those.
How does the mobilization that might be coming affect what you guys are trying to do on the ground, and what is your biggest concern with that?
Yeah, the mobilization is what we do internally to be able to get more officers out there. We had declared that earlier, and now we'll have the ability to have roughly 400 additional officers deployed to the field.
Are you concerned with the federal mobilization? I mean, the National Guard and the Marines possibly coming this way?
Yeah, when I look at this, and my assessment may not be accurate based on this thing's continuously churning, but I see 2 parallel tracks that don't work together, if you will. We're dealing with the issues on the street that you see every day. We deal with that with LAPD resources. When we need additional resources, then we reach out to the sheriff, who brings in mutual aid. We have 14 different agencies working with us for that purpose. And then only if we weren't able to continue to deal with that, needed additional help, would we reach out to the sheriff, who would then request National Guard from the governor. So that's one line. The other part then is the The National Guard were federalized by the president to support federal agents who are working on behalf of ICE to do their operation. The Marines were brought in then today, evidently, to join the Army National Guard in doing what their main mission has been identified as, which is the protection of federal employees and federal property.
Do you feel that incites, though? Do you feel that makes it any different on the streets?
You know, I think everybody, it's a very emotional topic, absolutely. You know, could I quantify what that is? I think it has certainly heightened everybody's level of awareness and certainly anxiety, but to be able to quantify that, I wouldn't.
Chief, how are you avoiding... We'll take two more questions and then the chief has to step out, but he'll come back.
I'll be back.
How are you avoiding less lethal weapons being used on people who are merely there in the way, potentially? Because it doesn't seem like everyone that's being hit and being attacked, including press. I don't know, like it doesn't really make any sense that people are just being shot at.
Yeah.
Can you
Sure.
explain how you would minimize or how you should not do that?
Yeah, we minimize it through training, through the equipment we use. It is a target-specific munition. That's not to say that it always hits the intended target, particularly in a dynamic situation. I know that the situation you're referring to with the member of the media, we saw that. We're very concerned about that, and we're looking into that.
About the horse trampling and the horse, the person
Yeah,
on the horse.
we're also aware of that, and we're looking at that as well.
Chief, go ahead, and then Mary Beth, and then he's going to come back, guys.
If I may. You know, all of the streets surrounding the federal building complex, Los Angeles, Temple, Aliso, Alameda, they've all been cleared. You pushed the crowd away from them.
Right.
I know you can't talk about all of your tactics, but in terms of the benchmarks that you want to hit tonight, are you moving people away from the freeway as well by clearing out those streets and moving them towards the west?
Yeah, we're trying to move them away from wherever the threat is. So if there are people assaulting officers, which is often the reason they're taking rocks or bottles or pieces of concrete, then they will attempt to disperse that crowd so that they're not enabled to continue to do that, and move them out. If they can target individuals who've been the ones who are the aggressors, who are throwing the rocks, and they can safely go in and arrest those individuals, they will. Some of those will be arrested later. After having been identified. And so this thing is moving forward in a way that some get frustrated with and watch. But we're out there, and we have an approach to this where we're not going to move a crowd into an area where it's going to cause additional problems, into the Civic Center or into the freeway. We're going to move them away where we think they can do the least damage, and we're going to try then and employ tactics who would minimize that even further.
How many businesses have been damaged and looted? I know their LAPD, one of the divisions had put out that there's some looting going on at 6th and Broadway. And as the National Guard, have they actually engaged with these protesters? No. Some media outlets were reporting that they were actually sending out tear gas, and I know on our channel we did not see that.
No, not that I'm aware of at all. That I'm aware of, there were at least 3 businesses that were broken into and property taken from them along Broadway and maybe other places. As far as the National Guard deploying anything other than around the federal building, I'm not aware of anything like that.
Right. Oh, headquarters damaged, correct?
Yeah, damaged, yeah. The whole Civic Center, there was significant damage as it relates particularly to graffiti, broken windows, that kind of thing.
Chief, could any talk about a possible curfew at all? There had been some mention of that if things had continued. At this point, any thought of curfew? Yeah, I know we're always thinking about that. That's always a tool we can employ. We certainly hold that off and not wanting to do that. And this is a pretty isolated area where this is happening relative to the size of the city. So we would, if we were to use that, it would be done very judiciously.
All right, Chief, thanks.
All right. We'll be back. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, everyone. As I'm sure you are aware, there was a large protest this afternoon. Protests, and then also David Huerta, our esteemed labor leader in charge of SEIU USWW, was released from custody this afternoon. So there was a rally around City Hall that ended up at the Federal Building. It was peaceful. It's my understanding that there's a few hundred individuals that are at the Federal Building now, but that there is no reports of violence that have taken place today or of vandalism. Of course, with the crowd just there, we will worry as it gets dark as to whether or not there are problems, but we certainly hope that there will not be. I just want to say I started off my morning with a meeting with a number of the leaders from the immigrant rights organizations. And as far as we know, right now, there have been 5 raids by ICE throughout the region. I don't know. I know of at least 1 or 2 that took place in the city, but we're still compiling that information. As you know, ICE does not tell anybody where they're going to go or when they're going to be there. But I think the thing that was most important about the meeting today was listening to the stories of the people. For example, there was a woman, a mother from Guatemala, who was looking for her husband. She wasn't able to hear about her husband and son that were detained at the Ambiance warehouse. She's not been able to locate him or to communicate with him. And for the most part, the people that have been detained have been denied access to legal representation. This is unprecedented. In the past,
any indication that they will take direction from their emergency management center?
They're the federal government, absolutely not. And I hear that the Marines are on the way. I don't know if they really are. You know, I know that there was a post from the administration congratulating the National Guard for bringing peace before they even arrived. They weren't even here. But they were being congratulated for solving the problem, coming in and saving the day that didn't need saving.
How are you getting information about who is coming in? I mean, a lot of us are getting it from Twitter. Is that where you're getting it?
I'm getting it from you.
We're going to end right here.
Thank you.
Mayor Bass, I know you had mentioned that there were 5 raids in our area today and 1 in the city. Do you have any more information about, you know, where they occurred, especially here in the city?
No, the one I know of happens to be happened to have taken place at near my grandson's school, so I know of that one. But no, I don't know. Claudia Aragon is the director of our Office of Immigrant Affairs.
Yes, we are working closely with the Rapid Response Network, and we are getting the data with them. So as they compile that, they work with us. And as you know, it's very much ongoing. So usually we check back with them at the end of the day. So unfortunately as it happens, you know, they don't tell us, and it happens probably as we speak now. So we'll check back with them at the end of the day, and hopefully those numbers don't.
Because I think the fear is, you know,
Can you come to the
are they just willy-nilly, you know, grabbing people?
Oh, do you want Claudia to come to the microphone?
Claudia, do you mind
Yes.
coming to the microphone? Sorry, just so that people can see. And those 5 raids were from today?
Correct.
Okay.
And where was one by what school?
She said that one of them was near her grandson's school.
What part of that?
I don't think we were.
LA. But I think there was a question that
I guess the question is, so there's 5 raids today. Where, you know, if you're not being able to pinpoint ahead of time, how do you then respond and or set up or get people prepared if there are going to be more?
Well, it's not necessarily about preparing them, you know, per se, you know, now. It's you know, our office, along with our community partners, have been unfortunately preparing for this moment, you know, previously, you know, for decades, you know, through the Know Your Rights campaign, as you all know, with the red cards and doing those campaigns. You all have been working with these community partners for decades, and this is the moment that, you know, a lot of them had been working with. This is the second time that this administration comes around. So unfortunately, a lot of these partners really just activated, you know, this portfolio. And, you know, this is what they know how to do pretty well. And it's not really about preparing them. It's about bringing back that particular part of their portfolio and educating them about their rights, and really having the element of the recently arrived part of the immigrant population with the migrant buses in our region, and really, with that integrated part of the community, and letting them know what the sanctuaries, region really means, and, letting them know what their rights are, and and letting them know that we don't know when the raids are going to happen, and that's why it is important for them to know their rights and for them to understand, what their rights are, and to be prepared. And education is key, and that's really the only way they can, air quote, arm themselves, unfortunately.
All right, we've been listening to LA Mayor Karen Bass, and we are seeing a lot of activity on the ground right now. We've got reporters, including on this bottom right-hand corner. You're seeing lots of activity right now. Is that Matthew Seedorf's picture? That's Laura Diaz, who's joining our coverage for the first time. Laura, I don't know if you can hear me yet. Laura, what's happening? It seems like there's, we'll give you a moment. It appears that there's a lot of activity happening right there, and people are on the move as we get that mic ready to go. Laura, what's happening from your perspective?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Can you hear me? Okay, so what's been happening is
what's been happening is that the crowd is being moved down Los Angeles Street. There was a standoff here earlier. A large crowd swelled. There might have been about 400 people here at one time. And then they started approaching the LAPD, who were lined up on the very intersection of LA Street and Temple Street. And at that point, they were trying to get the crowd to go back. There was sort of a back and forth movement. At one point, we did see that there was, smoke bomb released and just an effort to try to get people to move. They don't want to be overwhelmed by the crowd. So at this point now, they are moving down LA Street. I would say the temperature's coming down a little bit from where it was earlier, but it's been that push and pull for about the last hour that we've been standing here. So this is an effort to try to get the crowd moved out. We see the LAPD. We also see the National Guard. I'm told that there are police departments from various parts of Southern California. Some 10 police departments have come in to assist the LAPD. But right now, this is sort of the calm after the crescendo as people are being pushed back away from the federal building, headed down towards First Street. And that puts them, pretty close to the LAPD headquarters. But it's an effort to try to control the crowd. And I think not get this to spill out any further than it is. But that's what I've been witnessing over the last hour. We've seen people carrying signs. We hear expletives. Some people are peaceful. Some people are really fired up and doing things they shouldn't be. At one point, heaving bottles, rocks. And then they kind of back off and they kind of go back on their haunches and wait to see what's happening next. So that's what's happening here at this hour, Alex and Christine.
So that the bottles and rocks, that to you is the crescendo that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what caused the LAPD to have to step it up on their end and, get people to move back. And there's any number of ways you can do that, right? First they ask you to do it, and then if you don't follow the order, then it steps up from there to flashbangs, smoke bombs, and a couple of the pepper bullets going out. So that's the story here live.
All right, Laura Diaz, thank you for that. Down the road from where Laura is, Christina Gonzalez is standing by. Looks like you got lots of law enforcement around you now.
Over here on the right, can you see me? Okay, so on the right, if you can see, we are behind the officers that Laura is in front of. And what is happening is like this gentleman who did not move when they asked him to. They're trying to get everybody out of the way. He kind of fell back and they did not arrest him. They're shaking hands. You can see that they're giving him back his bike. What they're trying to do is what we talked about before. They want to get the entire area around the federal buildings cleared. And as they move forward, let me show you what this looks like behind us, because this is really impressive. Remember that area we came from? Check it out. So these all the way, that's the federal building across the street. You see the personnel vehicles, the armored vehicles. It goes all the way back. And that is where we were standing a little while ago that you saw that big crowd. So now what they're going to try to do is try to disperse this crowd as we move back, as we come back. Every one of these vehicles is full of personnel, and they're ready and waiting. They're hoping this crowd, which is, when we counted it last time, and Laura might have a better number now, or the helicopter, it was about 100 people, what I call the hardcore people. They are being told, I'm listening to the speaker, you have to move back. You need to move back. I have not heard the official order of dispersal, which is very specific. Right now, they're trying to move them back to get them out of the way, to clear this area. And by default, they're losing people as they move away. The crowd is definitely smaller than it was before, but definitely a show of force by LAPD and trying to get people out of the way. We did see a little while ago a couple of arrests. I couldn't tell you how many altogether. I've seen maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah.
No more than that at this point. The crowd is moving back, but I'm sure we'll get numbers later.
All right.
But again, they're pushing them back. Back to you guys.
All right, Christina, thank you. We want to bring into the conversation right now Congressmember Laura Friedman, who joins us now from Washington, D.C. Congressmember, your basic thoughts as you watch everything that's happening in your hometown right now.
Well, people are very upset about the way that Trump is enacting these policies now in Los Angeles. And we've been hearing about it for not just the last few days, but for quite a while. And since the raids started, we've heard so much concern from community members. And I can tell you, I got a daughter who's in
hard right now, but he's not hard. I know. How do you think that?
I mean, they say that they're going to be here for 30 days. So I'm sure that it's not going to end well. Yeah, that they're going to be doing the race for 30 days. It's not going to end well because they're going to be out there every other day.
Like marijuana protesters are going to be strategizing and find another place.
They didn't do this on January 6th. What the fuck is happening? They're racist. Absolutely. ballot.
Totally unnecessary. Like, completely fucking unnecessary. You're a bunch of lemmings following the stupidest orders that make no sense or unethical. Read the Constitution, man. This is crazy. This is the biggest overreaction. You're stopping us protesting the kidnapping of fucking innocent people. Think about it.
they start running off the street that are not possible. So right now they're trying to keep all of this crowd contained to this street. They don't want any crowd to go down. They want to disperse them. The issue is, as it continues to move, we are completely out of traffic. So there's all sorts of cars.
Standing behind these people with no guns, if you got a gun.
Yeah, if you want to get out, don't walk. If you want to...
Pussy, 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 pussy.
Yeah, we're out.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
You're at a protest. You see main line.
Peaceful protest! 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 Peaceful protest!
You got a gun, you fucking trying to power? Fucking lame.
For hitting people with no weapons, for hitting women with no weapons, you think that makes you a man? You're a coward.
guess what? You don't have to
This
be.
is for our people.
Sorry, I mean, bitch.
And look what side you're on.
File a complaint to your superiors. It ain't worth the 60, 70K you're making. If you're even making that.
You're embarrassing, Lopez. You're fucking embarrassing.
Hey, wait, do you guys make $1 billion? Oh, wait, Hernandez? That's crazy. Oh, he was looking over here like he was waiting for us. That's crazy. Do any of you guys make $1 billion? Oh, okay, no, wait, the guy that you're sucking.
She thinks
the
it's
guy
funny?
that you're sucking doesn't
You think it's
care
fucking
about
funny?
you.
You're a woman and you're
Let's
brown.
just not be ignorant here. It's just a fact.
You're fucking
If
embarrassing.
y'all can actually read,
You think that shit's funny?
then you would understand that.
What's
you're
wrong,
getting
trigger
fucked
finger?
about.
What am I
You're
doing?
getting no tax breaks. You don't feel this fucking
No way, bro.
Why trigger finger?
No way, bro.
Because you're getting upset?
Tell you what, that comes any closer to me and there's going to be a problem.
Is there?
I bet you won it.
This is a great show of discipline
I
from
bet
you,
you
big dog.
fucking won it.
5'6", great show of
Yeah,
discipline.
you're serving,
Aren't y'all
you're
supposed to be
protecting.
disciplined? Y'all are supposed to be disciplined.
Don't spit any closer. That's
No,
all I'm
notice
saying.
how,
You're
notice how
fucking
most people aren't
motherfucker
saying
just spit
shit.
at us.
Yeah.
Spits any closer. If he spits any closer, hit him.
He spit
After you
close.
just spit at me.
Fake as fuck. Had to call homie. Had to call bro.
Let's go.
Because you're probably like, what, 5'6"?
definitely less than 1,000. I don't think I can keep more precise than that. By the intersection of First and Central, and a couple blocks. They might have split the group, actually. I think City Hall is west of where I am, so it's possible there's another group of protesters that they pushed in that direction. Yeah, I've seen the police using less lethal munitions, like colloquially what we call rubber bullets. They've used a couple flashbangs, and they just physically pushed people back. I've seen a couple people in the crowd throw water bottles. It looks like a couple people shooting fireworks into the air, but there's not a ton of direct, frankly, on either the police use of force or protester use of force. Most of it's been the ones who've been pushing the group that I've been with are LAPD. I've also, though, back near the federal building, I also saw CHP and some sheriff's department. I'm not sure which department, but they had sheriff on their belt. I haven't seen federal police pushing the crowd back. As far as I can tell, the last time I saw either National Guard or federal police, DHS, CPP, ICE, I don't think they were ICE, back at the federal building. I don't think they followed in this group that I saw. These all look like local There was some of that used in front of the federal building. That's where most of it was used in the initial push. I can look back at my text.
Cube. I'm at the cube. I'm at the cube. The cube.
They started pushing right around 5:30.
I'm in front of the cube, fool. Where you at? Shorty, I'm at the cube. I'm at the cube, Shorty.
San Antonio, they're protesting ICE.
Yeah, they continue to use the 40 millimeters less frequently when they did that initial push, but there's still been some use of force. There's still been a couple people who've thrown like the little plastic water bottles towards the police line. I'll note that like a lot of the protesters have actually kind of confronting the people who seem to be involved in that, telling them not to do it, which maybe is part of why we're not seeing more of that.
A lot of people over here.
Really largely dispersed, even in front of the federal building when they initially moved in. It might have been more than 1,000 people, but certainly not multiple thousands. And I think the crowd appears spread out.
What if one of us gets mugged?
You know, being a little bit vague, a couple here, and folks are standing right in front of cops, maybe like a couple. Well, we've been stopped in this intersection now since probably maybe like 5 or 10 minutes before we they pushed us down the street. You could look into like some of the Japanese restaurants. There were just like people eating dinner. Some of the staff like came up to the door and had their phones out and were filming what was going on outside. For now, I mean, I think like as night falls, you know, who knows, who might come out kind of like under the cover of darkness. There could be different people who weren't involved earlier who might want to do more chaotic things. But this the tempo right here is pretty calm. Tense, but not particularly aggressive.
Leave the area! Leave the area! Leave the area!
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
They're the ones pressing us. We've been doing their orders. We've been pushing back. I mean, we've been moving back. They've been pushing us back. Share the life of 3 people will be on 9,000 views. 3 people. Share the life of 3 people. The word will pop up for people.
What are you doing here? What are you doing here, my boy? Why are you here? Why are you here? Is there no shame in your eyes? Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Thank you for not hitting me. Stop.
Jason. Hey, how's it going? I said it. Oh!
Ice out of LA! 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 LA's a sexy city! Ice out of LA! 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 Fucking traitors! You be ashamed of yourself! Ice out of LA! 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 You're at the fucking lobby! You're out the fucking lobby! Are you? It's a shame you're wrong with the shame of you! It's a shame! Peaceful protest! Ice out of LA! 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 Hey, kill your brother! Don't be a pig!
I am Officer Silver, a police officer for the city of Los Angeles. I hereby declare this to be a violation of constitution and in the name of the people of the state of California, command all those situated on Alameda, south of 1st, to immediately disperse which brings us to the congregation and in the area. If you do not do so, you may be arrested or subject to another police action. Other police actions may include the use of less lethal munitions, which could cause significant risk of serious injury to those who remain. This congregation has threatened the violation of and the security of this facility. This congregation conducted its unlawful pursuant to section 56.45 of the Los Angeles Municipal Code.
Twiddling your thumbs and shit, bro.
South Alameda and eastbound Second Street. You have 1 minute to disperse.
her civil duty. Let her do it. She's trying to do her civil duty. Alex Short? Are you Alex Short?
Hey,
If we need to, I can run back to
Keep looking. There's a lot of activities here.
It's still like me.
It's gonna be a party tonight.
Oh, they moved shoes to the back. They don't want people to know he murdered Anthony in cold blood. It's on the video.
Member of the congregation and all persons acting in concert with this congregation must immediately disperse or be subject to arrest. No person shall return to the congregation within 50 of this area, and the parking facilities received and used in the area, and any connected pedestrian access to this area. This order should remain in effect for 4 hours. Remain in the area which was just described in violation. The following routes to disperse are available. Southbound Alameda, southbound on 3rd Street. You have 1 minute to disperse.
That's the bodega one I wanted to buy.
Thank you. Stay safe, man. Hey, do you guys want a picture? Thank you. Hey, do you guys want to talk on camera or no? If you guys want to, you can. You don't have to. I just like getting like interviews here and there. I got a live stream going. So I like showing what's going on out here.
We just got here.
Okay. Yeah, I did too. I had to walk all the way around. Yesterday I parked in the same spot. I walked right up in the protest. This time I had to walk all the way up like 2 miles. Get some good shots or what? So you get some good shots? There we go. Right here.
Told you, homie! You know where the fuck I'm from, homie! It's that gangster shit, homie!
We just got to make our way in there slowly. If we go near the cops, don't run at them, okay? And make sure you go like this a lot. Giving out food and drinks, guys. Would you be willing to talk on camera about the assignments? Me? Yeah. You're trying to stuff out to me.
I appreciate that.
If you don't want to, that's fine.
I'm good.
Well, I appreciate you. Stay safe. But do you want to tell me that? I'm sorry for your dad. All right, now we're gonna go to the front lines where the police are, guys. I cannot see any comments. Hey, do you want to get on camera? You're good, man. Thank you. You stay safe, bro. I worked at 57,000 days. I appreciate all you guys watching, man. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Ventura County wasn't too fucking boring in 2000. This is a real high point in your careers, huh? Now you guys love me every time.
We're about to start shooting. We're about to start shooting. Just be ready, okay? Hold on, guys. We're gonna put this on the charger.
Oh shit! Peaceful protest! Oh shit! I need to be here!
That's right, man.
I understand like they arrest like criminals. They just need to get deported, right? The ones that do shit. But arresting a dad that got 6 daughters?
Hey, you want to talk on my camera, bro? Hey. Can I get you on my camera? You're saying good stuff, man.
No, yeah, I'm just trying to explain to these fools right here that it's understandable that they want to, like, you know, deport the criminals that, you know, did, like, harsh crimes, right? That's understandable. But deporting a father of 6 daughters, now that's bogus as hell. You don't do that. You see? All these people right here, some of them are Hispanic, bro. They gotta understand. Look, zoom in on that guy right there. Ooh, yeah, right there. Midget. Yeah, like, take it from me, bro. My pop's hard-working father, right? I got 2 little sisters. I'm 20, but my 2 little sisters, one's 12 and one's 15. Imagine my pops get deported, bro. What my sisters gonna do, bro? Imagine that. That shit gonna be detrimental to them, bro.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it, man.
This is out of love, bro.
Got a point.
Compártanme like, por favor, y compártanme la pantalla para que tengan más seguidores para que
Who the fuck is this guy? He said the same thing, bro. That nigga's not tough, bro. Stop it. That nigga's not tough, bro.
Eric, look over here.
Hey, on my chest, I'm gonna love you.
The people united will never be divided. The people united will never be divided.
What? I know. You know you're ready to get smashed up. These might be agitators. What happened? What happened? We're good. We're good. Huh. Don't know what happened, guys. I don't know what happened. Everyone just started running, so I ran. If you guys like watching my live streams, if you like me bringing you this content and showing you what's going on in these cities, make sure you hit that like button, guys. It really helps us on YouTube. Oh, they're throwing water bottles. They're throwing water bottles. Shit's about to get real. Mask up. Okay, you're masked up.
Hey guys, shout out Fast Forward.
Hey. hard to breathe after that. You won't be able to run. Yeah, I don't think you need it yet. All right, we're going back into it, guys. Come on, Eric, if you want to go. Hey, are you guys setting up food and water? Yeah. You care? You want to talk on camera and tell them? No. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. I was just wondering. Thank you. You guys see it. Oh, my bad, brother. No, you're good. Thank you so much, man. We're just trying to use the ATM, bro. Just kidding. Can you imagine someone just walking up and pulling out some money for a beer? AXN, right? How you been, man? Good. I was just watching your live stream. I was like, how's this dude got the same picture? Good seeing you, bro. They're shooting him. They're shooting him. Rubber bullets. Throwing glass and shit at cops. They're moving forward. Hey, are they using tear gas this time or no? Go for it. Yeah, go for it. You climb up there? Anybody restreaming on YouTube and YouTube only? If they have my logo up and they don't use my sound, so go for it. Good song. Thank you. Tear gas, tear gas. I only do so much of that. We got here. Right in front of the That's your friend, Bob. Take a picture right here, Eric. Hey, can I get a picture? Yeah. Thank you. Hey, if you guys got an extra one, second one? Yeah, I appreciate you guys. No, it's no biggie. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Somebody was just handing out monsters.
Where?
Down in the middle.
Let's go.
Got a big old ice chest full. They're the regular size can ones too.
Pick that up fast. This is like a good picture right here. But maybe in the front, going that way. Oh shit, the top. Dude, there's some great footage.
Imagine being up there.
On the balcony right there? Yeah. Or right there? Thank you, Aunt Brandy. Love you. Everyone tell my Aunt Brandy thank you. She just sent me a cash out. Sick ass shots. Oh, you're good. Low key, I want to get on the news.
Huh?
Low key, I want to be on the news.
Did you see what channel?
CTO?
Was it?
I don't know. I think. Sorry guys, we're on a tripod, that's why it's real jittery. Here comes more cops.
This is where it should happen at.
Oh yeah, this is where it's looking. It's gonna get wild, bro. Here comes the police. Just be ready to mask up. And when they're coming like that, that's what we're gonna push.
Unlawful assembly! They declared an unlawful assembly!
So they just declared it unlawful. So glad we both have breath passes. I need to mask up some. We're back a little bit because they just declared it unlawful. And I'm not trying to get trampled. Don't know. Just keep an eye on each other. I don't even know where we're at. Alright, they just declared unlawful. This is when shit hits the fan. So you guys are going to start seeing the info come across the screen in 3. Hold on guys, we're going to disconnect. 3, it's going to go rainbow for a second. I'm going to make it to our record. I want some footage. 3, 2, 1. There we go, guys. Oh, I fucked up. Oh well. Alright, you guys are going to see little squares pop up on the screen now. And when I record, you're going to see the recording icon just like that. So this is how I can record while I'm still streaming to you guys with a high-end camera. Selling them or what?
Yeah, I'm selling them.
You selling them?
Yeah.
How much?
$1 each.
You got cash out?
Yeah, I got it.
You got beer? Ah, cerveza. Hell yeah, bro. What kind of soda you got? I got orange soda. I got orange. And give me a cash out. Okay. You said $1? Yeah. I'm gonna give you 2, bro.
Oh, thank you, bro. Thank you.
It's cold.
You want to scan it? You can scan it?
How do I scan it? Show me how I'll send it. Like that? Oh, I need to show the my code. Yeah, right there. Let's put a note. I'm gonna put dono. There we go.
Oh, thank you.
We get a chip in a Hey, you stay safe, man. You keep on doing what you're doing. I was thirsty, so I got me an ice cold soda, guys.
Yeah, man.
You wanna go on camera or no? You don't have to. You can tell people what you're doing out here.
I think Borrego.
Yeah? Let me get you on camera? You can tell people what you're doing. Yeah, get him on camera.
Oh, I got
Only if he wants to, though.
What's up, bro? I'm trying to raise some money, like, for my family, man, what it needs, like, yeah, my family already needs, so I'm trying to raise up some money.
Okay.
You know, I come from a Hispanic family, Mexican family.
Hey, well,
I support all this, bro.
so you're out here just trying to give people some drinks and some chips, man. And you're not charging a lot. You're just trying to get by.
Yeah, I'm trying to get by.
All right, I appreciate you, man.
Thank you, bro.
Hey, thank you.
No, thank you.
God bless you, man. I'm not recording now. I'm thirsty. Let's get out of here. Anybody like orange soda? I love it. They're probably purple. They're down. got explosions. We probably should track them down there. There's other blocks. Hey, that one's yours, huh? Yeah. I was trying to rent them, bro. They're all shut down. Really? Yeah, we had to walk like, what, 2 miles to get here? Yeah, I had about one. Same with last night. We had to walk into a zone so Lyft would pick us up because it was shut down. Yeah. You can buy these on Amazon for like $100, $200. Yeah, I need one. Hey, you stay safe, man. It's gotta be different, huh? That's what I'm saying. Protesters are nicer than a lot of people think. Hey! Are you chilling here? I was trying to get that chick on camera. I was trying to see what her sign says, but she walked off. Yeah, no, you're good, man. Sorry for bugging you.
good, YouTube. Do your due diligence.
You got social media?
I do.
Give yourself a shout out, bro. You got like 12,000 viewers.
X-Man that guy, Xavier Baby 3D. X-Man that guy on Instagram. Xavier Baby 3D on YouTube. Do your due diligence. If you can't get out in the streets, post something. Let people know where ICE is at. Let everybody know. Don't stay ignorant, man. Don't stay ignorant.
Hey, appreciate it, man. You stay safe, bro.
You too, man. Appreciate it.
I ain't gonna lie, low key, I want one.
No.
They look clean, bro.
With the traffic in LA, these guys have been going off, man. They've been going off all week.
I was trying to get an e-scooter earlier.
No. These are cool, man.
Yeah.
Because the e-bike, there's only so many places to take them.
Yeah.
You can take this to a car shop. They'll know what to do.
Hell yeah. My moderator just sent me pictures.
Nice, bro. That's what's up.
That's right now. I'm alive.
Hell yeah.
My comments are all over the place, bro. I got people on both sides popping the comments.
You have like a live view, or how are you doing it? Okay.
No, to the phone.
Oh, shit. What's the channel?
Dad's Gone Live. Comments are wild, bro. Don't hold me accountable for what people say.
No, you're good.
I can't hear.
I know what it's like. Okay, I got you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, man.
Bro, that plane, that passenger plane went under that helicopter.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is like a small lens off the TV right here. Swap your lens out. You should. Make sure that one doesn't get fucked up. Let's swap it out with mine.
I mean, you wouldn't get much.
I'm just playing. I like mine. For this, I like mine. I get your dog on camera?
Well, I got put your dog?
Yeah. I saw the one yesterday that somebody brought out. It was all barking at everybody, but then it was cool when they fed him.
Yeah, go ahead. It's Chopper.
Chopper?
Make sure you put that in the caption. Yeah, it's Chopper. No, Chopper, sick balls. Chopper.
Chopper. Hell yeah.
Sit down.
Chopper, sick balls.
Hey, Chopper. Chopper.
That's right, bro.
Chopper.
People are loving it. We're live right now on YouTube, man.
We're live on YouTube?
Yeah.
All right.
That's what's up,
I know big what's up from there.
Just showing what's going on out here, my man.
Shit.
Gotta get the back of my shirt.
Hurricanes on me, shit. You know how we do shit out here. West LA, baby. You know what I mean? That's how we get down.
Hell yeah, man. You guys stay safe, bro. All right, man. You guys around. So right now we got Eric swapping out his lens, and we're gonna go back up in the chaos, guys. Right up where the cops are.
It's kind of upsetting, you know.
But they got rubber bullets, unlike yesterday.
You know.
Hold on, we're gonna adjust this. You get the little burnout?
I think they may be arresting people. Yeah, I don't know. So you gotta decide.
I got nothing like that. I'll see you around, bro. You stay safe. Good seeing you. You know who that is, right? Ran into him like 2 years ago the first time. Hey, can I get your sign on camera? Thank you so much. You stay safe.
It was a lot better.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Is it street parking or what?
Yeah, right here, street parking. So it's not that bad.
Looking good, huh? We're gonna scoot up a little bit, guys, but there's everyone's getting pretty close together right now. So, hey, I think he's right. They are putting people on buses. They're arresting people on buses. You gotta be careful. Yep.
Honestly, I look down if they corner all the time.
Yeah. Like this, it gets better.
Hey, without those fuck ass guns, see them shut up, people just like us.
Oh, they're gassed up.
Don't turn your back to people. People in la raza.
They gas up, I gas up, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, definitely.
Is this what you want to leave for your children? Is this who you are?
You see those kids that go home worrying that they're going to have a longer day?
You could save lives and instead you fuck people over. And you're overweight, you motherfucker.
Not for the kids!
Fuck your mom!
Distracted kids! Where are they?
How about all the fucking rape bitches and
Look for those! Look for all the child molesters!
You fat motherfuckers! Xinga la migra!
Xinga la pinche migra!
Just follow the car.